Hi. Ah. Hi, Blue King.
What you're doing. One of the best things you can do is find models similar to what you want to do. This will be easy if you're an anime girl, but there are a lot of other creative avatars out there to take inspiration from. Look at what parts they move, how far they move, and how they move together. Just keep in mind that every part should be fully drawn on its own layer. So if your face is usually covered by hair, but you still want it to move, you need to draw the entire face underneath. One mistake I made was not giving myself as much wiggle room as I could have when it came to overdrawing parts. If you don't overdraw as much as possible, it's going to limit the movement in your final model as you try to stop it from breaking. You might notice that I drew my character as a half-body image, while many VTubers are full-body. I personally plan on only using face tracking and wanted to keep things simple. You're welcome to draw out the rest of the body though, if desired. It is possible to use the upper body movements or other tricks to move the lower half. Once your art is drawn and broken up into dozens of little pieces, all fully realized, and you formulated at least a vague idea of how you want it to move and follow your face, you should be good to move on to the next step. Congratulations on finishing your artwork. Now we have to import that static image into Live 2D in order to bring it to life. But don't get too excited. There's some work you have to do before you can actually start animating. If you've heard the term rigging before, you might think of rigging a 3D model for skeletal animation. This basically means putting a bunch of digital bones inside a model that defines how a character moves. Programs like Adobe Character Animator can do this for 2D images, but Live 2D works a little differently. When people talk about rigging a Live 2D model, it involves setting up parts of the model with meshes and deformers, then moving them into different poses in order to create the animation. In order to set up your VTuber, you need to create parts for every imported layer of your model. Then assign these parts a draw order, so you know which parts should be drawn on top of the other. In order to deform these parts, you must create a mesh for each one. A mesh is just a set of interconnected points on top of your artwork. These meshes can be hand-drawn for fine control or automatically generated. Arrange all those parts into something called a texture atlas, and you have a big file of everything you use to create your model. So while you can move points on your meshes individually, it is generally tedious and I wouldn't recommend it. Live 2D gives you several tools in order to help make this animation process a bit easier. The simplest tool is called the warp deformer.
Angry Dad!
Cover your mesh and
that's my remix, I think. Actually, yeah.
I recommend you put
Forgot I even had that. I don't think I actually have
any motion, such as shoulders or tilting your character's neck. Finally, path deformers allow you to draw a path along the mesh of your part so that it can bend easily. This is really useful for things like hair. And if you want two meshes to be stuck together even when moving, you can use a tool called glue in order to piece them together. You can even move multiple parts at the same time by making one deformer a parent of the other, so that the movement of the parent part affects the movement of a child part. These child deformers will then be affected by the parent's movement, but not the other way around. That's pretty much all the basic tools you'll need to set up your model for Live 2D. I strongly recommend you take a look at examples and other tutorials out there for more details as you actually work through it. I found myself a bit discouraged by the lengthy setup process and how much you had to learn up front, but thankfully taking your time during this segment makes animation a lot easier. Once the setup is complete, we can finally get to the fun part, animating your model. Live 2D models move based on their keyforms, which mark the start and end positions for moving parts in your model. Suppose you want to make an animation of your model turning its head left and right. In that case, you would create keyforms for all parts on your head looking forward, left, and right. You'll need at least one start and end keyform for movement, but as in the face example, you can put keyforms in between other keyforms. Live 2D will fill in all the motion in between. Remember that a moving parent object will move all of its child objects as well. You can even put additional motion on the child object, and both the parent and the child's movement will be applied. For example, you can create animations of the eyeball looking around, but it will follow the eye as it moves with your face, as long as the eyeball is child of your main eye. This is one of those things I suggest you play around with, as it's more intuitive than it sounds on paper. But what determines what stage of this animation your model is currently in between keyforms? In normal animation, this would be a timeline. But here, time is replaced with values called parameters. These are numbers that control the keyforms of your model. They're just values that can change within a certain range. As these values change, your model will shift and warp to different keyforms. You could theoretically have any data change these parameters and move your model, so long as the software supports it. But the real magic happens is when you take input from a face tracking software and alter the value of the parameters to animate the model in real time. This is the final magic of the VTuber. Facial data translated into numbers, controlling parameters, controlling the animation on screen, and thus creating the illusion of life. Take a look at the inputs of your facial tracking software and try to take advantage of those first. Make parameters for the inputs you want to use. Many can be considered essential, but not all. For example, you aren't required to have a cheek puff effect, even though your software tracks it, but your model won't respond to any inputs you choose to ignore. So it's best to rig as much movement as you can, assuming it's within scope of your project, of course. Once again, dissecting example models really helps here. Go ahead and look at what parameters they have and how those parameters control their individual keyforms. Your eyeball and auto-generate the diagonal
I
values.
found I
You still
show
have a lot of
eyes.
animation to do though.
Perfect
It
shit.
takes some time to deform every part of your model.
That's nice, a lot of- I can't believe you're gay, that's crazy.
Parameters you want to take advantage of. Check your work incrementally to ensure that all your smaller animations are blending together nicely. Theory is nice, but execution tends to be difficult. Let's talk about some areas where I struggled. Firstly, the mouth movement. Some animation software like Adobe Character Animator use visemes, or sets of mouth shapes for lip syncing animation. In Live 2D, you have to deform with just the parameters that your tracking software gives you. Some clever people have mapped these values to larger sets of mouth animations for better lip syncing, but depending on your model's mouth, they may or may not work. The style of your model doesn't always match up to reality. I opted for a simple mouth opening and closing effect, with the smiling value controlling how wide the sides pull up. I'm not entirely happy with this result, but it works for now. Just be aware that more advanced techniques exist if they fit your style. Another thing I recommend being careful of is the eye animations, especially if any of your design is off-center. You want your eyes to move at exactly the same time, otherwise it just looks weird. So make sure they're a similar distance. And if any parts of your model are symmetrical, you can just copy and paste them over from one side to the other to save yourself animation time. So now your model is moving, but something's different. Something's missing from the other model. You see, where's the wall is physics animation. Physics works with parameter inputs, outputs, and an internal pendulum. Inputs are the base movements that cause a physics movement, like your head moving. This base movement makes an internal pendulum swing. You can then use the motion of that swinging pendulum to drive an output parameter, making part of your model animate. You can even add multiple inputs with different levels of effect. Just make sure that the inputs are not set to 0 or else nothing will animate properly. I also personally didn't find the templates Live 2D comes with very helpful as I have a non-traditional model, but free to recommend those if you feel they'll work for you. I would highly suggest watching a more detailed video if you want the theory of how certain parts should use physics motion, like this hair tutorial. Presumably, at this stage, you'll be stuck in a loop of tweaking your animations, physics, and fine-tuning your facial tracking parameters. And at some point, with weary eyes, you'll gaze upon your final model and say, good enough. So yeah, this is the model I finished with. I'm super happy to see my art animated like this for the first time, and
Shut your bitch ass up! Also, I don't reuse this mic much, so that's why I'm using it now. And I think it's a very good mic. Forgot where I got it from. I think I got it in like a $60 set or something similar. What was that noise? Strange noise. Oh, okay. I heard that. That was crazy. I think it's trying to connect to your speakers as this thing, which is weird. Good enough, finally. Tom, where's my car keys?
Tom, where's my car keys?
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Tom, where's my car keys? Tom, where's my
Tom,
car
where's my
keys?
car keys?
Pretty sure I
Car keys.
fell in the hole.
Pretty sure it fell in the hole. The hole.
Tom, where's my car keys?
Stupid ass idea. It's funny though. I'll send the link out for this StreamYard for now. Buddy, okay, hold on, I gotta talk to this guy first because he always wants to play Roblox, which I don't want to fucking play it anymore at this point because I'm just tired of it. No, I really don't.
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Tom, where's my car keys?
Pretty sure.
Hey, do you want to? Wait, no, oh wait, never. That's right. Stop fucking crying, bitch! Where? I don't give a shit. I just don't give a fucking shit, dude. Stop it! Stop! Stop! Stop!
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Car keys. My car keys. My car keys.
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Tom, where's my car keys?
I still want Roblox just in case anyone wants to play it with me. But I don't want to fucking play it. Not even because of that guy, but fucking hell, that shit's annoying sometimes. Okay, geez, you were the one spamming me! How many friends did I have? I have a lot. I was gonna erase that, but I like how that looks, so I'll keep it. Ear. Hi, what up? Well, he left. Man, I sure wonder why. No, I do not take requests. I've said it before. I remember that YouTube movie channel. Not even call it that anymore, but that's what I call it in my head. I don't even do requests anymore. No, I do not do requests. I don't. Ooh, I just realized I can actually name it. Name it. I named this one B for the top. Originally it was going to be B for below, but now it's going to be B for top. Hold on. I'll send the link to some other people as well. Be fine. Everyone mostly is offline, at least from what I can see, so not a lot of people are going to join the stream here, which is fine. It's a little bit upsetting, but it's fine. Now I know I can't export this to Oreo. Okay, fine. It's fine.
Alright.
Hi.
Hear me. Hi.
I can hear you, yes.
Yep, you really can't.
I'm not developing round 2. I've not wanted to develop for a long time, actually. But, and while it'd be cool to develop round 2, I just don't have any motivation for it anymore, especially because I need a team for a new version of the original version, so if I find a team or at least someone who actually will help me a lot more, then yeah, I guess, I don't know. Why are you, look, I spent a month on that, and that was by myself, so if you, like, do you understand where I'm coming from? I don't want to work on it as much if it takes me, like, a longer month. Like, it was fun for the month, but, like, I have nothing else to do now, and it's kind of just boring right now. So I don't really want to develop round 2 right now. I still have somewhat of an interest in Sonic EXE, though. I'll draw an extra line down there just to make sure that it doesn't look weird sometimes. There we go. Doesn't have to be that big, but maybe it does. I'm going to cut it down to size. There we go. That's already good looking when I like that, how it looks. Let's see. Let me take my hoodie off, it's a bit hot in here. I'm wearing a tank top.
And I think I've accomplished.
Hi there, I'm Tavo, and this is my journey to create a 3D VTuber from scratch for the very first time. I started making videos in VR chat using avatar bases, models, to look like my characters. Yet after spending so much time in this community and seeing your amazing creations, I decided that it's finally time to dive into 3D art and make something of my own. Thing is, I know it's not going to be... But seriously, why is it difficult? What type of work goes into making a VTuber? Let's try it out. Now, I'm not completely new to 3D software. I've used the program Blender before. However, it's always been really simple models, like these cool shades, are building onto existing bases. A character is still far bigger than anything I've worked on before. I needed a plan. A 2D reference should help keep things on track. Looking at my usual art, we already have a bit of a problem. These drawings are cartoony, stylized, they lack depth. We're making this for virtual reality, where you physically embody the avatar. I don't want a giant head or oversized hands. Now, I'm no expert in anatomy.
But I
know
do.
we can measure the number of heads to avoid making it look too chibi. So I decided to explore some new designs. After a bit of sketching and
redraw
line
that
work,
little line
this
and
is
make
what
it
I
a little
came
bit
up
better.
with. The drawing is about as exciting as a Family Guy still, but that's intentional. The character standing in a T-pose. This will make it easier to model and rig later. Character sheets typically have multiple views, but here it's especially important to make sure it lines up in 3D. So we can import the reference into Blender and get started. With the reference in place, I looked into some character modeling videos and found there were two common methods: sculpting and box modeling. Sculpting is exactly what you're thinking of, except the clay is virtual. You push, pull, and pinch material to shape a model. This could be an amazing option if you've got that traditional art experience. I do not. Alternatively, there's box modeling. Here, you start with a simple shape, then build onto it by extruding, slicing,
What?
and moving different parts. Box modeling felt more controlled and approachable, so
Wow. Testing.
Oh, what?
Oh.
I decided to go that route. Even though I had some idea of 3D modeling, I wasn't sure where to start or where the different parts of a character fit together. In fact, I was starting to get big flashbacks to making a 2D VTuber for the first time.
One of the hard things about making a VTuber is that you're expected to foreshadow and draw things a certain way when you already don't know what you're doing.
Man, did all my old videos sound like that? Anyway, modeling felt tedious, and I had no idea how to fit everything together. Clearly, I was missing something. I found one tutorial series helped immensely. Modeling for Animation by Dicko. No, this isn't a sponsor, the videos are free on YouTube. Seeing someone block out a character while also explaining their reasoning immensely. Our avatar needs to move and deform, so we need to make patterns that hold their shape, even when bent and twisted. Topology is the structure of all the little points, lines, and faces that build your 3D model. It's an entire area of study, but for right now, let's just focus on what matters for characters. In this case, we want to model in quads, or in polygons. Modeling in quads makes it easy to slice with loops, subdivide into smaller squares, and deform evenly. With the help of the tutorial and my reference, I managed to block out the character for the first time. I started with the torso and built out the arms and legs from there. Notice that extra geometry on the elbow and knees to help prevent pinching. Wow, I actually implemented something I learned from YouTube Shorts. Holy shit. Everything is symmetrical here, so we can turn on a mirror and work from one side. Since Tavo is not human, I had to improvise with what I learned for the hips and knees. I wanted things to be a bit more smooth, so I started working with a modifier called Subdivision Subsurface. This sounds complicated, but it basically smooths out your model by dividing all the quads from before. The more detailed our model is, the more processing power it takes to display. So we don't want to make it too complex that it lights our friends' computers on fire. I set a limit of about 40,000 tries for the base model, so there's some wiggle room for adding clothes and keeping a good performance rating in VRChat. In retrospect, I think it was a bit high, but it could be a lot worse. Throughout this process, I uploaded my work to a site called Mixamo to test it out. This uses an algorithm to quickly set up your model for animation. This is not going to be the final result, but as a quick and dirty movement test, it was really encouraging to visualize how my character might look. When it came time to work on the hands though, look, all I'm gonna say is ask any artist, hands are hard. Plus, these are not hands. They're big bappers that still somehow have 5 fingers. Because while most cartoons will chop off a finger to make it easier to animate, I like having all my fingers in VR. Even with all of this work, my character still looked like a blocky gray alien, so it was time to focus on the head. It was a bit tricky figuring out the muzzle shape, but I had more of a flow going at this point. I extended the muzzle, opened the maw, make it easier to put teeth and tongue in. These are separate objects, allowing me to move them around for later lip syncing. Moving up on the face, we have the eyes. One of the most critical parts on a model, but really tricky to get right. After testing the water with spherical eyes, I decided to try a stylized approach. Both of my previous models used this method, and it's pretty common among anime and cartoon characters. We're gonna spoil the magic a little bit here. First, you shape an empty eye socket, and then place a floating iris inside. The illusion isn't quite there yet because of the shading, but don't worry, we'll fix that later. This is also where I added the first texture to the model. Previously, I'd just been applying colored materials, which is super basic, but really inefficient. I'll talk more about textures and materials later. It'll all come together when we get that toon shader on. At this point, I'd come a long way. Doing research, making a new design, learning new modeling techniques. I finished the entire body, but I won't lie, it still looked pretty rough. Doubt started to creep in, and I worried that I wasted so much time on a model that I didn't want to wear. I sent some progress pictures to friends and avatar creators. Some were encouraging and offered some advice, but also something unexpected. Sometimes things don't turn out the way you plan, and I wasn't alone in feeling this way. It's part of the learning process. Little by little, I started making adjustments to things in the creators. Some were encouraging and offered some advice, but also something unexpected. Sometimes things don't turn out the way you plan, and I wasn't alone in feeling this way. It's part of the learning process. Little by little, I started making adjustments to push things in the right direction, and it helped a lot. I still didn't have the best hands and wasn't sure how to translate Tavo's funky ears into 3D, but things were back on track, and I thought it was about time to first real rig test. In order to move our character, we need a rig to control it. This is an armature. It's kind of like a skeleton. It's made up of bones that move different parts of the model. There is a specific style for VRChat, so we should follow that game's expectations for a human-like character. Except I decided to be fancy and try to do something special. I found this tutorial for making digigrade legs, kind of like a fox or dog. The trick here is to copy the rotations of the human-like skeleton to different bones in a more animal-like skeleton. It felt doable at the time, but I'm sure this won't cause problems later. Anyway, the bones are now in place and we can move on to the next step. We now need to set what section of the model each bone controls. This is done through a process called weight painting. So every vertex or point on your model has a weight for how much a specific bone affects it. You could set all of these weights manually, but with weight painting, you can brush on large areas. Red is full effect, while fading to blue is less and less of an influence. Anything in between is kind of like a blend between bones. This all makes sense on paper, and for simpler models, it's not too bad. However, as the model increases in complexity, things are not so fun. There's a lot of tricky areas that you really have to focus on how you're blending between bones. And if your topology isn't set up right, it's never going to look good. So you have to go back and fix the topology before trying again. Overall, it took a lot of iteration and adjustment to get it looking somewhat decent. But now, with the rig in place, all the pieces were coming together, and it was finally time for our first in-game test. To use the avatar in VRChat, we need to import it to the Unity game engine and set it up with their SDK. I exported the model and did the bare minimum setup for VRChat. After all this work, we could finally see it working in-game, and it still looked awful. The Digigrade rig technically worked, but it felt weird to use. The full body proportions are terrible. It pulls up when you look down. Worst of all, my hands were completely crumpled and I have no idea how to fix them. It felt awful to be so far along and still stuck with something completely unusable. At this point, there was nothing left to do but lock in. Forget the fancy legs, we're keeping them simple. Move them back to a less extreme angle. While we're at it, gonna redo the hand just to see where it's going wrong. Oh, look, Unity is fucking it up. Use that knowledge to completely remodel my own hand paws. Keep fixing things and fixing things and fixing things. It was just one thing going wrong after another, but I was determined to make it work. It still looks really unfinished, so let's fix that. You know how textures are kind of stretched out onto the surface of 3D models? That's all controlled by something called a UV map. Since Tavo is mostly solid colors, I just mapped everything besides the eyes to colored squares. It's lazy efficient. Now Unity, the game engine, has a separate material system from Blender. Materials influence how light interacts with our 3D model. And if you've ever heard the term shader before, that's like a small program that's used with the material. Now for my model, I used a very popular shader called Pyomi and adjusted the material settings for an outline and toon shadows. With all of this done, the model finally started to feel decent for the first time, and we could get to the fun part. So while the armature controls the big animations like moving your arm, the smaller animations are done through blend shapes. These take the original mesh and deform it to a new shape. I had to make like
buddy,
20
please, you're
blend
gonna get your
shapes for the
fucking
vowel
feet run
sounds.
over
I'm
again.
gonna do face tracking later because that takes a lot more. For the face animations, I just decided to follow the MMD expressions guide. Not every face is here, but I figured since my character is already anime styled, yes, we do need the face that looks like an emoticon. This is your sign to add MMD blend shapes to your model. Most models have the bare minimum, but a couple more goes a long way. Keep with me, we're in the final stretch. I ended up saving the ears and tail for last
to get your
because I knew
feet
they'd
run
be
over
easy to
again.
separate and swap if needed. As for the ears, I tried a few variations before I settled on these. The front ears block both of the sides awkwardly. I think the backwards ears work better at highlighting the face, even if he looks a little bit more like a fox now. And of course, we have to add the fizz bones to the ears and tail. Finally, you guys really wanted the hoodie back on my last base. And I agree, Tavo looks plain without any clothes. Well, at least he's wearing a collar. But I see where you're coming from. So I got this new model, a shirt. Yet I was really running out of time at this point. There's just one more thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, so this project took way longer than I expected it to. However, it's to the point where I feel comfortable wearing the avatar. There's still plenty of things I want to do. Outfit, face tracking, and other tweaks. I don't know if this video made us intimidating to get started, but if you're curious about this stuff, now you know the steps involved. And no matter what creative endeavor you try, sometimes you just need to work through the awkward stages to get the results you're looking for.
In all my years in art, there's always been something that's eluded me. 3D, triple deluxe, penguin royalty.
Charlie Brown, can you please move from under my goddamn feet?
third dimension has been a part of art for about as long as personas, apparently. I've made my fair share of sculptures and dioramas. I dabbled in stop motion back in middle school with my 3DS and some Go-Go's. I'm lying, it was high school. And these were all forms of art that required some use of physical depth. Not only X and Y axes, but also Z.
I've done South Park stop motion animations before. I think they're pretty fun.
But my art heart has always belonged to traditional, hand-drawn 2D art. Drawing on a flat plane is quick, it's snappy. I just drew this little bunny in the time it took to say this sentence. In 2D, stylization knows no bounds. You can make characters that would be absolute abominations viewed from the front somehow look kinda okay. There's just something so raw about drawings when compared to 3D models. And
Hold on.
I love it. I love 2D! 2D's nuts! And today,
Open it up again.
3 of these. I kinda always shrugged off the idea of learning 3D art and animation. Anytime my relatives would hear that I was interested in making cartoons and stuff, they'd always suggest that I work at Pixar. And I would roll my eyes, cause assholery starts early. They obviously mean well, but come on, Aunt Shelby. Did Pixar make Adventure Time? Did Disney make SpongeBob? Did DreamWorks make freaking Uncle Grandpa? I'll wait. I was a complete toon head growing up, and frankly, making something like this.
Hey, what kind of Pokemon is that?
Misty! Misty!
What?
Seemed way more attainable to me than something like this. Do you know how to do that? I don't know how to do that, and I certainly don't think I would have been able to learn on my little red 2010 notebook that struggled to even run Mother 3. 2D was more appealing to me anyways, so when I finally figured out this whole animation thing, I was more than okay with just staying put in my comfy little flat. See, if you were British, that would be clever wordplay, but in America, it's just confusing, because we're all confused here. Nowadays, you don't even need a beefed-up computer to run 3D animation software, because most laptops can just do that now. I'm sure you've heard about how your phone has more processing power than the Apollo 11 had landing on the moon. But
What?
did you know the Apollo 11 had less power than the legendary TI-84 calculator? That's
What?
insanity. Insanity, love. What was I saying? Oh yeah, 3D. It's basically never been more accessible to everyone than it is right now, and things are only getting better in that regard, largely thanks to this.
Wait,
Blender is an open source 3D modeling, rigging, animationing software. It's been steadily receiving updates and improvements and has been free to download for everyone for any reason since 2002. And I'm just really late to the party. I am cleaning up the party. But it's never too late to learn, even for you. Yes, you. I've been wanting to learn how to model, rig, and animate in 3D for a few years now, but I always felt like it was going to be this huge endeavor that would use up time I could be using to work on this channel, or on improving my drawing skills, or on sleeping. I thought I needed some kind of justification for putting my energy into something that, frankly, I'm pretty intimidated by. But then, I realized that I'm a YouTuber. And if there's one thing YouTubers love to do, it's turning stupid stuff into dumb challenges. So why not turn learning this valuable skill into some kind of less dumb challenge? What if I can learn 3D in 3 days? I'm going to try and pick up Blender and see just how deep I can get into this whole Z-axis thing within 3 days, while live streaming my process on twitch.tv/academia. I don't have an exact goal in mind, but I want to hopefully have some finished product to show by the end of 3 normal days. I'm not going to be staying up for 72 hours or working straight from dawn to dusk. I don't think I can actually learn like that and blah blah, healthy work-life balance, you know the gist. I'm also going to try and keep tutorial watching to a minimum. Also, bear in mind, I'm not starting from complete scratch here. I took an After Effects class in college a few years ago, and there are some 3D things you can do in that program, like moving around virtual cameras and tilting flat images and stuff. I also tried to do the one donut tutorial a lot of people watch, but I got like 30 minutes in and then forgot all about it for 2 years. Oh, here it is. So I don't have complete 3D virginity. It is starting to grow back though. So let's go, go, go! I started the day with Louis Zong's wonderful How I Approach Illustration in Blender video, where Louis does an excellent job talking about and demonstrating Blender in a way that feels very easy to grasp and exciting to think about. It's not a full-on tutorial, but I can't recommend this video enough for people who are at all interested in learning 3D or who just want a nice creative boost. By the end of the 12-minute runtime, I was honestly feeling really inspired and itching to get started. Wait, no, that's a rash. I did some yoga, ate a sandwich, set up my stream, and then it was time. Time for me to forget all of the hotkeys that Louis went over. I thought watching through his video probably wouldn't be enough for it all to sink in, so I actually watched it twice, and that still wasn't enough. It's not Louis' fault at all. I just went live, and my mind went blank, and I didn't want to pull up the tutorial because nobody wants to watch someone watch a tutorial. So I was just fumbling around for 10 minutes like an idiot. Press tab, okay. Whoa, what happened?
Wow.
What happened? What is this?
Wow!
It's orange now.
I don't fucking want to, buddy. Isn't it clear that I have not been playing it because I don't want to anymore right now. I just haven't fucking felt interested into it, so stop asking me, please.
No. Until my friend Chris, desperate to make it stop, asked if they could call to give me a little tour of the program. And of course I said yes. Chris was a lifesaver. They really gave me a good rundown of the basics, and I think physically going through a lot of the options and hotkeys got them to stick in my head a lot better than just watching a video would have.
Hit spacebar. Now that we know spacebar is the search button, you can literally do anything. Like, you can type...
Kill.
Excuse...
I
Oh.
don't know what people do. But, like, every operation you do is here. So it's just nice to know that that's there. Gosh, I don't even know... I don't know, like, an example.
The whole time they were talking, though, I, like, really had to pee. I was trying to hold in that as well as all the info, so as soon as they signed off, I had to sprint to the bathroom to let it all out. The piss, hopefully not the knowledge. Returning to my computer, it was time to truly begin. I wanted to keep things simple to start, so I thought, why not make some kind of stage to put whatever else I wind up creating on top of? Because life is a stage, and all of us merely people standing on a stage. It was simple enough to do. After the stage, I thought I'd kick it up a notch by making a chair. Building it was a bit more complex, but it taught me more about loop cuts. Basically, creases you can add to your models that you can then transform them from. Kind of like origami to the third power. I also learned about adding more shapes to a model, contorting them, and mirroring. You only have to make one side of a model, and then it'll get duplicated across a specific axis. Symmetric object. The chair became a bench, and it was, a little wonk. But perfection is the enemy of completion, so I decided it was good as is and placed it and its siblings in front of my little stage. Next, I wanted to add a window to my stage so I could see inside it better, but people were telling me that I had made the stage a little strangely because I made the raised platform out of my initial cube instead of just adding in another separate object to be the stage. I don't know, I thought I was being clever when I did that, but it also made trying to add a window incredibly difficult, and Chris had to come back as a golf ball and help me fix it with the help of the chat.
I'm a ball. I'm a sweaty ball.
Lesson 1.
Excuse me.
There are tons of different ways to get certain things done, and then just as many ways to break them. I'd already been streaming for about 3 hours at this point, and I was starting to feel a bit more confident, so I thought making a super simple low poly Macamo could be the next step. Building a character model gave me a lot more opportunities to try out funky meshes and shapes. My chat told me it would be wise to make Makimo out of multiple separated objects, rather than just adding on shapes to the same object layer, so that's funky meshes and shapes.
I thought that was your
Chat told
thing
me
for a
it would be
second.
wise to make Makimo out of multiple separated objects, rather than just adding on shapes to the same object layer, so that it would be easier to animate it down the line. So that's what I did. The whole process was surprisingly really fun, partially because I went into it not expecting to make something perfect or that complex. And then I felt like I really hit my stride and wound up making a much more complete model than I thought I would.
Wait, look at this.
The stream had gone on for close to 6 hours now, so I decided to end it feeling really satisfied with my progress and really freaking hungry. Day 1 actually went way better than I anticipated. I did a lot more than I expected to, and laying in bed that night, I thought that these next 2 days might not be so bad. Maybe even a little too easy. Day 2 was off to an incredible start. Woke up, pain. My shoulder and neck hurt. I had this tight, dull, like someone had been punching my right side while I was asleep, dreaming of polygons. Spending 6 hours clicking and dragging must have been like a shock to my body because I do stretches. I do yoga. It turns out being
I
an
need to
artist
stretch.
in one kind of poor posture doesn't prepare you for having a different kind of poor posture. After shambling out of bed, I spent the morning watching 2 videos by Joey Carlina. One 45-minute on character modeling for beginners, and another 10-minute one called Rigging for Impatient People. Joey's videos are a lot more tutorial than Louis', but are still pretty succinct and packed to the brim with good tips and information. Remembering everything seemed unlikely considering how much there was and the whole cramming nature of my challenge, but I figure every bit of absorbed knowledge helps, even if it's just general ideas. With the modeling done yesterday, I could feel a potential schedule of sorts forming. Today, I could color and rig Mo so they'd be ready for posing and animation, and then I could spend the final day animating and prettying everything up. I'd probably even have extra
Just do this as a
time.
guide and
But
just.
first, how could I be doing 3D modeling without a pair of these, huh? Yeah, they don't really fit. So when it comes to adding color and textures and stuff to a 3D model, there are a few ways to go about it. I think the general best way to paint a model is through UV unwrapping and mapping. On my mouse, I keep tapping. I'm clicking and clacking. My brain can't be slacking. My face I've been slapping. My shoulder is racking, and I don't like fracking. So my understanding of UV unwrapping is like, you peel off the skin of your model and then flatten it so you can see all the surfaces of it at once in order to color everything and draw on details. But we're not doing that. Chris told me UV mapping can be pretty tedious and overwhelming for newcomers, and since my model is relatively simple, I'm going to be using the material and texture painting methods of coloring. We're going baby mode and just assigning colored materials to each object and then painting on the details directly. Way simpler. Normally, I'd be one to dive into the more useful method for precision and control, but this is a race against time. I am the horse, and these are my blinders. Most of the coloring was pretty straightforward, and when I got up to Makima's tail, I thought a gradient could be a neat, simple way to illustrate the lighter tip without having to manually paint it. That should be simple, right? Like, gradients are one of the easiest things you can do in Clip Studio. Click, click. Well, not so much in Blender. In order to add a gradient, I had to take off my proverbial floaties and dive into the node zone. Click the shading tab on the top bar. Okay. Whoa, what the heck? What is going on? I don't even want to try to explain nodes. They're like thingies you can plug into certain parts of other thingies to change properties of said thingies. There's numbers and ports, and after getting a glimpse of all of it and basically needing the chat to tell me exactly what to do just to make a simple gradient, I needed to put my floaties back on. Lesson 2 of Blender. Things you think should be simple might not be. Once I finished pretty Fine. I was ready for rigging, but the model was not. I've done rigging in 2D, so I'm not completely alien to it. It's when you add bones to the model so it can be posed and moved around. But in 3D, there are a few more steps to do beforehand, so I decided to duplicate Makimo, so if I messed him up beyond comprehension, I would still have the copy to go back to and start over with. Like it never even happened. It's recommended to apply your modifiers when you feel happy with your model so that all the changes you made, like mirroring and stuff like that, get baked into the model and become part of it forever. After that, I wanted to move Mo to the world origin so that it'd be easier for me to line up all the bones correctly. He had to be lined up perfectly, so it wasn't going to be a simple drag and drop operation. But luckily, I had an expert on my side.
Once your model selected, try searching selection to cursor.
Search that.
Yeah, and then do it.
Okay.
Selection to cursor.
Selection to cursor. Boop. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Alright.
Once I knew the nut would be in the right spot, the edging was over, and it was time to bone.
The edging was over.
Look, face it. Now I don't know about you, but I like my nuts smooth, so we can just with a little bone, and there we go, moisturized and all. I wanted to try and see if I can make Makimo have more of a textured look, like make his sweater all fuzzy or whatever. But to do that, I had to go back to the node zone, and it was even more complicated than before. I had to deal with a whole crazy mass of nodes to get the sweater to look how I wanted. And it didn't even work. It kept looking sweaty, like super moist. I know it's called a sweater, guys, but come on. Boo. Tons of people were trying to help me out, but it was to no avail, and I wound up, again, puffing my floaties up and just forgetting about the whole texture thing. I moved Makimo around to the stage I had made, set up some lights, and where did his toes go? And his mask? So I had to redo the texture paint because apparently you need to save them as image files or else they might just decide to stop existing. Very cool. Thank you, Blender. Overall, day 2 was a lot more tedious.
Oh, I think that might have been obvious a little bit. Not perfect obvious, but still.
A lot. Yesterday was
at least to me it is. Just because I'm using Blender.
Looking under the hood a bit, I realized how little I know about Blender and how much I would have to put off learning if I wanted to make a finished project by the end of the final day. But people were reassuring, and they told me that I'd still done a lot and was at a really good spot for someone who only started using Blender the day before. Even though I ended the stream an hour and a half sooner than yesterday's, I felt I spent maybe even more. My brain could not take in any more information. You could have told me leprechauns were real and a large stash of gold was under my house, and I wouldn't have blinked. Stopping was kind of necessary. But I'm staring at the ceiling now, and I thought the final day should turn out okay, but I don't know, man. What if it doesn't? Waking up, something has shifted. I feel a renewed sense of confidence. I do my yoga and feel a lot better physically. This is it. The final day of my self-imposed challenge that has little to no consequence for me failing, but I'm still gonna act like it's a big deal anyway. I'm ready. Before streaming, I reached out to the folks on Twitter for some dance recommendations. Makimo's gotta have something to do on that stage, and video reference would be nice. The replies were rolling in, and I was seeing lots of Gritty's, Default Nights, the Carlton. I just wanted something a bit more beginner-friendly, and wouldn't you know, I found it. Back in Blender, I restored my toes unto him. And then I was going to bestow some elbows, but his skeleton decided to take a little trip. Oh, it's right here. After I realigned their spine, I needed to give Makimo some elbows if they were going to be able to actually be dances. Because I guess most people don't dance like Minecraft characters. But adding these were a lot more of a trial than anticipated, and I was starting to smell my deadline in the air. Animation time! Animating in 3D wasn't really all that different from animating a 2D rig. You can move individual body parts, go frame by frame, use motion tweening, but there are things about animating in Blender that make me feel insane. Primarily, no onion skin. Normally, you're able to see backward and forward a couple frames so you have better reference for where your current frame falls in an animation. But here, there's nothing. You just have to rock back and forth between frames and pray the carpal tunnel doesn't set in early. I also kept losing time to strange little occurrences that seemed to happen for various reasons I couldn't discern. Of course, there was the whole boneless thing, but while I was animating, Megamo's butt kept flipping to the other side of his body no matter how many times I fixed it. What? Why did it swap again? What the frick? Why does this game have any of the front butt? Some of these things were definitely my fault. Like, the butt thing was because I reversed the direction of a bone without changing how Mac's butt was attached to it. But later on, there was also this. I still have no idea what caused this, but I might know a way to fix it. Post-animating meant it was time for a stage makeover. This part was pretty fun. I downloaded a plugin that adds tons more material options for textures and stuff, which was great, but also horrible.
Fuck no! What? Stop! Fuck out! React to Barney takes a play Roblox and do active requests. I will not do any of those fucking things. Stop!
Horrible. Because I'm really indecisive, and if you give me hundreds of choices, I'm gonna wind up making the benches out of apple skin. I made the benches out of apple skin, but with everything set up, it was time to turn all this into something. A quick little showcase of my progress. In Blender, if you want to export a video, you need to add a camera to your scene to record everything from the angle you'd like. And you know, I work in college. Why not get a little fancy with it? Lesson 3 of Blender. Don't get fancy with it. I wanted to have some fun panning and orbiting shots of Makamo doing his little dumb dance, but this camera did not want to cooperate. People were offering ideas for how to get the shots I wanted that would seem to work, but then also cause other things to break. The camera just kept jumping to random ass spots like, I just want to get this butt shot. What the fuck? Blender wound up crashing a few times. Oh. Oh no. And I hadn't saved in like an hour, but it was okay. Autosave saved me, but I really ought to save more. This whole process was an ordeal that stretched out the final stream from 4 hours to 6. By the end, I was tired, frustrated, really, really hungry, but it was done. Are you ready? The greatest movie of your life. The result of 3 days of brain-numbing, finger-hurting, shoulder-crunching work. Here we go. Alright, well, I'm gonna go die. I'm gonna go die. 3 days, 3 live streams, added up to roughly 20 hours of working, including the tutorials I watched. After all of that, I feel pretty proud of what I was able to accomplish in that window. Even though there were moments where I wanted to debone myself, we made it. Every art program has its own weird little quirk that can wonk everything up if you don't take the time to learn how they all fit together. I didn't have that time here, which had more frustration on my end. But now I can honestly say I have a pretty solid grasp on how Blender and 3D animation work, in the basic sense at least. I've only really scratched the surface of this program, and there are some scary doors I'll have to open if I want to do more advanced projects.
Which I've already figured out EV unwrapping kind of not perfectly,
But
but
it's way more
got
doable
it.
than ever now. It still makes me a little nervous, but at least I have like half a leg. This video was brought to you by
This video was brought to you by Okay. Badass. Reactive boarding takes a dump is fucking crazy though. Like, am I the type of person to fucking do that? No. Why would you think I would fucking watch shit like that? Fuck no.
shirt. Did you know? I made a shirt. Available only at www.jackademia.com. Link in the description below. Oh, can't believe I got to say that. A couple months ago, I
said the fuck word. Okay.
stumbled across an animation I started making back in 2023, but I abandoned it for some time. It wasn't anything crazy, just a little animation of my character Makimo doing a silly walk and some dumb dances to the evergreen meme song, Zarashu's The Penis. Eek! Don't ask me about the name, I don't know why it's called that. It's funny. I think the answer is that it's funny. So I rediscovered this animation and I thought, hey, I'm working on a big video right now that probably won't be out for a little bit. Let me just finish up this Eek project and post it as like a fun filler video. But that didn't happen. This video would set me on a collision course with YouTube's insane bunk-ass corporation.
Bunk ass, it's funny. I very like that. That's actually a really funny way of putting it. Bunk ass. Creative.
Modeling, suit suck upping, not very pretty scam city copyright system. And it was a really stupid waste of time. So, allow me to share that experience with all of you so I can regain some of my sanity and hopefully get more people talking about how dumb this all is so it can change? Maybe? I spent 32 hours finishing the Nut Eek. When I upload videos, I usually leave them unlisted for like a day or two in case any copyright issues arise. And you clicked on this video, so you know it arose. And I'm no stranger to this. My other video, John Take Me With You, was claimed. So I didn't make any money from it, but I went into that animation fully aware that it probably would be claimed. So I was fine with that. A little sad I didn't see a cent from those 3 million views, but what are you gonna do? The Nut Eek, though, was a different story. This one was immediately copyright claimed, but instead of having monetization disabled like Garfield, it was marked for revenue sharing. Whatever money the video made from ads would be split between me and the copyright claimer. Like, 50-50, 60-40, who knows? They don't tell you that. Whatever, I'm completely fine with splitting the revenue from a video that's just me animating over a song with the creator of said song. You know, provided that it is the creator I'd be splitting revenue with. Bro, I don't even want to do the awkward silence lead-up shtick. It wasn't the creator. Sarashu Penis Man wasn't the one claiming my video. And it wasn't Vagina Man either. I was being copyright claimed for using the song Silently by Gattini Roberto. Oh wait, I always suck at reading these. It might be Gattini Roberto by Silently? Silent T. There's no L there because I'm the one taking it under YouTube's system. Apparently,
Where did it go?
they're under WMG, Warner Music Group, which is one of the big boy record companies. But I severely doubt that, since looking up Gattini Roberto Silent T got me no comprehensible results on YouTube, Google, nor Spotify. Also, they spelled silently wrong. I'm thinking that doesn't exactly scream real professional company. Wait, okay, I didn't find this before, but Gattini Roberto is apparently a TikTok sound, and it's literally just eek sped up. Oh my god, is that original content? So Gattini else uses it in their videos, it has to give them money. Get me money or I'ma rob you. And YouTube just said, yeah, okay, this all seems very legitimate. Clearly you are someone who knows how to run a respected business, Mr. Silent T. Let's work together and help you claim the song and any and all variations of it. Sped up even more, slowed down to be the original song, whatever. So at this point, I still don't know what exactly is going on here. Did Sarashi
Stop! You're trying to fucking guilt trip me. Please stop that. Stop doing that. Knock it the fuck off or you're getting hidden!
Song out to someone else? Maybe Eek sampled Gattini Roberto? Does Sarashu know that his song is getting claimed at all? I needed to know the nature of all of this. So I found his Twitter, and I'm pretty sure Gattini Roberto literally had only just begun their conquest right before I uploaded my video, because Sarashu had been tweeting about it only the day before. This was unfolding in real time before me. Like, I had just walked in on an armed robbery, and now I had a gun pointed at me too. Some motherfucker uploaded the penis eek to monetize it. That's my song, and it's free to use for all, but not for some bitch to siphon the income off. Who do I talk to get this fixed? At Team YouTube, at YouTube Creators. So, Gattini had been able to claim Sarashu's song as their own because Sarashu had never uploaded it to YouTube himself. His song has been on the internet since April 10th of 2009, and it was originally uploaded on the long-gone website 8bitcollective.com before taking off and being reposted around the internet because of its catchy melody and interesting name. It's had its ups and downs in popularity over the years. It's been in YouTube poops, Siva Gunner rips, and more. I only first heard it last year because I really like watching this fat little cat do their little dance. The point is, this song has been everywhere for 15 years. And because the creator is a genuinely chill guy, he didn't want to interfere with how his art had been spread around and really given a life of its own. But because of YouTube's policies, that left the door open for Gattini to go leech mode and get their creepy little suckers on everyone who had used this song in their own creative endeavors. It's so annoying too, because I very much see that song as being a part of the fabric of YouTube and not something I could monetize. But of course I should have just uploaded it for this situation. But I hate being capitalist brain like this. My policy with the penis leak. Oh, your penis policy has always been to be really hands-off.
I'm gonna do something, hold on.
I could monetize. But of course I should have just uploaded it for this situation. But I hate being capitalist brain like this. My policy with the penis leak. Oh, your penis policy has always been to be really hands-off and being like, this is my song. It's so antithetical. I literally just want people to get joy out of it and not interfere with that. But this human dill pickle had to ruin it. Sarashu had sent out these tweets trying to get the attention of YouTube and their Twitter accounts. His initial post had gotten over 900 likes and YouTube just didn't respond. If you've ever followed any sort of YouTube issue, you probably know that getting in touch with YouTube is nearly impossible unless you get their attention on Twitter and make some kind of fuss. And who they choose to respond to feels like nonsense, considering I only got a fraction of the amount of engagement Sarashu got, but they actually responded to me, which was cool, I guess, but why ignore the owner of the song? I don't know, maybe I'm special. I'm very doubtful that the YouTube creators account is run by any actual people, because they really weren't helpful in this situation at all. They told me YouTube doesn't get involved in copyright shenanigans, so there was nothing they could do. But I pressed them a bit more, and they recommended that I file a dispute against the copyright holder through the creator studio so that they could then investigate further. Not really sure what there was to investigate because this all seemed pretty laid out for them. So trying to expose their broken system wasn't working. Instead, I had to work through it to get this false claim dropped. And yes, that method also sucks for the following reasons. YouTube gives all the power in these situations to whoever is claiming copyrighted content in your video. They don't have to prove anything in regards to whether or not they, actually own the copyright. If they upload a video with your content in it and register it before you can with YouTube, that's basically all they have to do. And here's a fun thing about that. When you want to dispute a claim, you are disputing it directly with the person who claimed it. If any kind of thing for the following reasons. YouTube gives all the power in these situations to whoever is claiming copyrighted content in your video. They don't have to prove anything in regards to whether or not they, actually own the copyright. If they upload a video with your content in it and register it before you can with YouTube, that's basically all they have to do. And here's a fun thing about that. When you want to dispute a claim, you are disputing it directly with the person who claimed it. If any kind of justice system worked like YouTube's and you got, say, stabbed in the chest, you would have to tell the person who stabbed you that, they're wrong for doing that. And then the judge would be like, oh, that's interesting, but we're gonna let Mr. I will stab the whole world blind give the verdict this time. Is the scammer going to suddenly have a change of heart and be like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to stab you 37 times in the chest. You're right. That is wrong. YouTube bends over backwards for copyright claimers because they're terrified of getting sued again like they were by Viacom from 2007 to 2014 in a 7-year lawsuit. They settled it out of court, but they pretty much only got Viacom off their backs by making things impossibly easy for them without much concern for creators who may be wrongly or falsely claimed. Firstly, when you dispute a claim, you aren't given many options that inspire confidence when you're dealing with a song that you know you're allowed to use freely, but you don't necessarily have, legal written permission for. Like one time, I uploaded a VOD of my Undertale stream and got claimed because some lazy-ass freestyle over the shop theme and had the audacity to then claim that people were using his song because how dare they go to the shop in a popular video game? Like, how would I argue with the dude trying to make money from the song he sampled? He obviously knows he didn't make the Undertale shop theme. He just wants money. And YouTube's song detecting algorithm allows him to get it. There's no real option for situations like this. I think people clowned on the dude's SoundCloud rap, so that was cool. But it's not like YouTube gives you an option to be like, hey, this is obviously a fraudulent claim. Your robot has poo brain. If you dare to file a dispute, YouTube lets you know that if you are filing a fraudulent dispute, your channel could be completely terminated. Seeing that is usually enough to scare off most people from even challenging claims, even if they're in the right. My thought was always like, well, I know this guy is dead wrong, but I don't really have the knowledge to prove myself alive right, at least in the eyes of YouTube. Like, what if I chose was the wrong option and it wasn't technically fair use when I thought it was?
Ooh, wrong answer. Goodbye.
But this time felt different. I had tweets from the creator of the song. I had Team YouTube saying that I should file a dispute and that they would investigate. This wasn't just a VOD either, this was an animation I spent tons of time and energy on. I wasn't going to let this happen. I was going to grab Katimi by his robot toe, and you know what? I don't really know where I was going with this. I filed the dispute, and then just had to wait. 30 days. YouTube gives comp holders 30 days to respond to a dispute. When they respond, they can either release their claim or reinstate it. And from there, you either suck it up or you can then appeal their decision, restarting the process with one final plea before they either agree with you or just request that your video is taken down altogether. But Katimi didn't even get to that point. I honestly don't think they even looked at my dispute. All I could see was dispute under review and the amount of time left. So I just had to sit and wait for 30 days. If 30 days passed without a response, then I win. The claim would be dropped. So I worked on other things. I even decided to release the video early, exclusive patrons. Thank those who supported me on Patreon. But every day, I would check the status of the dispute to no surprise. Why is it 30 days? Why 30? To respond, not even to settle the whole thing. You would think a reputable organization trying to protect their copyright would have no problem getting to this within 2 weeks or less. It being a month of waiting made this whole ordeal agonizing. Way more than it would have been if it was just 14 days. If someone's only source of income was YouTube, this could be a financial death sentence. Thankfully, I have money from commissions and Patreon, but this still threw me for a loop. I can wait 2 weeks. 2 weeks feels way more reasonable for everyone involved. 30 days bad. Fix that, YouTube, please. Please. This whole situation was so draining that this is the only time I've felt genuinely apathetic towards publishing a video of mine. I just wanted this whole thing to be done. I kept dreading the possibility of getting to the final day, only for Team Roberto to then respond to the dispute like, no, and reject it, starting the whole entire process over again. I don't think I could take that. Sometimes being principled is agonizing. But if I don't recognize the value of my own work, then how can I expect anyone else to? I was going to hold my ground, even if it meant waiting a second month. And thank God I didn't have to. YouTube sent me this pretty piece of print on July 25th, 2024. My video was finally coming. The nut had been released. I could have worded that in any way. The Nut Eek finally premiered on July 26th. People watched it, and they said it was pretty dope, which made me smile. Sarashu wound up being able to content ID the penis Eek through his distributor and plans to donate any money he makes through it to Palestinian relief. He actually did this on July 8th, but as of the 29th, he's still looking into stopping Katimi from copyright claiming the sped up version. I'm overall just glad that I'm past this one instance of copyright fraud, but I can't say I won't be weary of it potentially happening again in the future. So the big lesson here is YouTube system is still the same, and it still sucks. Hashtag YouTube copy wrong, I guess. I'm gonna go eat some ice cream in the shower. I don't know. There's something captivating about video games, right? They're so visually understandable, yet mechanically complex. A constantly updating interplay of logical systems that can react in real time to all sorts of simulated situations. Thinking beings for the most part. Video games take the barren binary void of zeros and ones and essentially births entirely unique worlds from them. To quote Carl Sagan, if you wish to bake an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. Yeah, I could probably do that. I've always liked making things. As a kid, I made my own books, comics, and stupid little skit films pretty much all the time. But making a video game was always out of reach. My big creative pie in the sky. How could I, a small child with no prospects or relevant knowledge, create a fun virtual experience for my Nintendo DS handheld gaming system? It's not like there was a game that would allow you to do that. I mean, I guess I could try to make a game out of, paper. Yeah, I didn't have knowledge of coding or computer programs or any of the required skills for game dev growing up. Tragic, I know. But what I did have was construction paper and pencils. So I would draw out platformer levels on a bunch of pieces
Yeah,
of paper,
I
and
so
just staple
fucking
them
trust
all
that.
together, and there we go. Video game. I drew these little paper characters I'd cut out for the players and then drag them through the obstacles, which were all pretty static, of course. I couldn't have like platforms or whatever. So these games had to be the hybrid parts of imaginary video games. I got a lot of mileage out of making these games.
I don't fucking take requests!
But I
Do not ask me again, or you will be hidden! And also, I don't even know who the fuck Windows 7 is. I'm not adding them, because I am pretty fucking sure they're gonna be harassment. No.
Good amount based
Fuck
on
off.
actual games too. I found this paper version of My Sims for the Wii that I made because for some reason, after I heard about My Sims, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I laid out a whole town with houses and secret caves and stuff just to satiate my thirst for a game I never even figured out.
Wow, so true. Fuck. I'm not listening.
Play properly. I also drew up a bunch of paper Sonic games because of course I did. And look at these! I had the biggest smile finding these at the back of my closet. Maybe Eggman should have stayed back there, but look, you can flip them over to activate their super forms. I even had a game based on Platinum family hit Sonic the Hedgehog 06. But this was called Silver the Hedgehog since, he was my muse. You could choose between Sonic, Silver, or Blaze, and enjoy killer cutscenes such as,
I'll send you back in time so you can destroy the Iblis Trigger.
okay, I must. I've got you, Iblis Trigger. Who are you? I'm Silver. Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. Bring it. Be it Silv and get the Sonic, I have no time. Let's battle. What? Of me! Amy, I don't want to take you. Too bad. Chaos control. These were awesome for the portion of my life I made them in, but deep in my heart, I still yearned for the chance to one day create a real live virtual video. And amazingly, as if by some miracle, a game was about to release that would allow me to do just that. Drawn to Life. Developed by Fitcell and released for the Nintendo DS on September 10th, 2007. Drawn to Life was a title that promised the impossible. You could draw your own game. Kinda. I remember seeing the ads for this game that had been set up at my local GameStop and being instantly enamored by the concept. You might say I was drawn to it. You would draw something on Shut the fuck up! And there it was in the game. It all made sense now. This was how make worked into my 9-year-old brain. I had just been waiting for the game people to find out me do it too. And now they were. And it was way less exciting than I thought it'd be. In Drawn to Life, you don't actually draw out your own levels or adventure like I'd imagined. The game basically gives you templates for your character and specific items and objects within the world that you have to draw within. If your beloved OC doesn't fit within these specific proportions, you might as well just give up because your baby's gonna be freakish and ugly. I tried to make Fred the Angry Spoon my main character, and that meant he either had to float in midair or be spooled on his torso in order to have legs. And another finger curls on the monkey's paw. Drawn to Life grew to become a game series that I have fond memories of.
I
to
see
this
you.
day.
I know you're
Even though it didn't
there.
meet my unrealistic expectations. It's got really cute characters and a certainly dark story beneath the brutally exterior. I enjoyed these games a lot, but they didn't quite quench my thirst for game dev, unfortunately. Alas, it just wasn't meant to be. If only there was a burly, garlic-scented Italian man to share with me the means to manifest my creative visions. But alas... What?
What?
What are you saying? A burly Italian man? Garlic-scented? Wario? Where?
Maybe I should have read how to use it first.
WarioWare is a series of Nintendo games starring the
Oh, yeah,
titular
let's do
garlic
that.
goblin himself, Wario. Where instead of playing one long game spanning multiple worlds or the like, you play micro games. Teeny tiny little games. If normal video games are akin to feature-length films, then micro games are TikToks, Reels, YouTube's sweaty shorts. Bite-sized, seconds-long challenges with super simple goals, like picking a nose, frying an egg, or dropping your wife off the side of a building. WarioWare has you playing a ton of these back to back to back, testing just how much time you can waste before losing all your lives and getting 4 big booms! Just like TikTok. The series started in 2003 with 6 full entries.
Sorry that your brother died. You get 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. I did gonna watch a STREAMYARD find VTuber. So like, yes, nah.
Time you can waste before losing your lives and getting 4 big booms! Just like TikTok. The series started in 2003 and had 6 whole entries before eventually Nintendo got burnt out for making so much short-form content that in 2010, they decided to release WarioWare DIY. Do it yourself, you stupid bitch. Imagine creating your very own micro game that in 2010, they decided to release WarioWare DIY. Do it yourself, you stupid bitch. Imagine creating your very own micro games from the comfort of your Nintendo DS. DIY promised just that, and hearing about the game coming down the pipeline sent 11-year-old Jacka into a state of unbridled anticipation. I was frothing at the mouth, counting down the days until I'd be taken under Wario's olive oil-scented wing and finally become a real live game dev. And on March 28, 2010, it happened. Smells like home. The premise is super simple. Dr. Krygor, this mad scientist guy, invents the Super Makermatic 21, being inspired by a nightmare he had the night before where games flew out of his TV screen and ate his face. And this makes a lot of sense when you consider what tech companies are usually inspired by. Wario then shows up and he's like, hey, fix my TV. Oh wait, actually these look pretty cool. Want to trade? But Krygor explains to him that it's not a TV, it's a machine that will allow anyone to create their own micro games by combining tools for art, music, and AI. And Wario, not unlike the crypto bros running the country, is quickly won over by Krygor's savvy use of buzzwords and convinced that the Super Makermatic 21 will make him richer than ever before. And yeah, it looks like a big DS. It prints money. In Diamond City, you play the role of the new manager of the local DIY shop, a store specializing in selling Super Makermatic products. Made by Wario, his friends, and eventually by you. But not before we get a visit from the W-Man himself, who wants to exploit you for your labor and have you finish his games for him. Okay, yay! Helping out Wario doesn't give you money or benefits or much of a sense of being valued for your work, but he does let you start without 5 years of prior experience, and he even offers to teach you the ropes, which immediately shatters any sense of realism this game could have hoped to achieve. Finishing Wario's games and going through the DIY 101 lessons are honestly a great and thorough way to get accustomed to the process of making microgames. Each microgame is built from the ground up using simple art and animation tools, a Mario Paint level music workspace, and AI. The AI in this game is really just a simplified version of actual logic-based programming. Everything in your game must be programmed. If you were to make a pop the balloon game, where is the balloon going to start? How will it move around on screen? What happens when you tap it or another object? What does the player need to do in order to win? And how are those conditions met? You get to decide these things, and you alone have to figure out how to implement them all on your own. If that sounds like a lot to wrap your head around, it is. It's programming without any of the written code, but it's still programming. The game doesn't even let you start making any microgames until you complete DIY 101. And that was definitely the right move here. It walks you through every step of the process in a pretty fun and detailed manner. Provided you have some reading comprehension and are okay with fiddling around until things click, you'll be set to go in no time. There's even the assembly dojo that you unlock afterward, if you want to dive even deeper into more of the GameMakermatic's capabilities. After your microgame is complete, you then get to distribute it out to the world. You decide how the cartridge will look, give it a title, description, and come up with your own brand name to slap on the box. Watching my microgames get built on a little production line, loaded into boxes, and shipped out in trucks to be displayed on the shelf of the DIY shop, I don't know, it altered the chemistry of my 11-year-old brain. My neurons were firing off faster than Wario's cheeks after the biannual garlic party.
Excuse me.
This was everything I ever wanted. You could share your games locally with friends or even upload them online. There was the Ninsoft store where you could download microgames made by actual developers like Cave Story Dev Pixel, Metroid creator Yoshio Sakamoto, and Sakurai? Hey, even Fifth Cell's here. On top of all that, you could download WarioWare DIY Showcase to your Wii and play any microgame on the big screen. So, why don't we take a look at some of the microgames I made when I was a micro gamer? I'm gonna go wash my hands. Looking through my DIY game section, it looks like I made 13 games between 2010 and 2015, most of them in 2010. You got this one where you gotta reflect an energy ball between two stick dudes like in a Ganondorf fight. This one's based on another old character of mine, Turtle Boy. He's gotta defeat Pick Guy. Who is Pick Guy? He's dead. Pretty easy stuff, so I upped the ante in Turtle Boy 2. Now you're in Egypt, and there are fireballs. I made a hedge trimming game, a number game where you have to tap the numbers in order, and an animal game where you have to guess which animals are singing the song. This was also around the time the Bit Trip series was coming out, so we even made a microgame with Commander Video where you have to slide under obstacles like in Bit Trip Runner. You could tell I was really trying to push what was possible in a microgame with some of these.
I'm not transgender. I'm just wearing a tank top because men can wear tank tops too.
Like, what if I could make a
When it's hot
Mario
outside.
styled RPG battle system? Jack Chron.
Cuts my hair. That's not a good reason. That's good. That's.
Chronicle was my attempt to do just that. Note the cool spelling. There was a red one where you dodged an enemy and a blue one
Okay, hold on. I think I'm gonna.
attacked it. I would have just combined the two into one microgame, but microgames had to be short and they couldn't really be too complex, so this was my little workaround for that. Well, technically,
Doesn't matter which one I have. I just want to get one.
Longer and more complicated, but
Shut up. I don't.
those were reserved for the boss stages within the games made by Wario's friends. weren't allowed to make your own boss games, and that always pissed me off considering all the other Nintendo-made microgames were able to be recreated within the Makermatic. Wario's friends did leave his company to form Diamond Software, so I don't know, maybe they had some special sauce we didn't know about. Then there are these 3 microgames that I made in high school. The Straddle games. Straddle Clap, Straddle Jump, and Straddle Leap. I guess I like the word straddle. They all star this little guy doing the same Irish jig animation. I must have thought it was versatile, so I stuck him in a rhythm game and 2 jumping games. These ones definitely seem a lot more competent than my earlier games, at least artistically. But that was pretty much it for my microgames. Apart from those, WarioWare DIY also lets you make your own songs and 4-panel comics. So let's check out the only song I ever tried to make back then, titled Growl Lullaby.
We're making it out of time and steady with this one.
Okay, how about my comics? I think I was pretty funny back then. This one's called The Beard. Time to grow some beard. Sigh. I need a beard. Says beard on. To be caught. Well, maybe the punchline is in the beard too. The beard has arrived. Damn, I could have said the beard has appeared. That would have been good. And this one, the beard isn't showing up, and then it does. That's like eyebrow raise levels of funny. I even made a 3rd one a while later, and you could tell I couldn't give a crap about this beard series anymore. The art quality took a nosedive, and we end on another cliffhanger. Just as I feared, no end for the beard. The comic portion of WarioWare DIY is probably the weakest of the 3. I wasn't funny, the comics were limited in length and color, and I don't know, it just didn't really entice me when I could make way better comics on a piece of paper. I did find it fun unlocking all the comics by Nintendo though. It was late at night, and I always thought it was cool how each artist had their own approaches to the 4-panel formula. One of them also predicted Among Us, so that's, I always thought it was cool how each artist had their own approaches to the 4-panel formula. One of them also predicted Among Us, so that's
Okay.
Opening this game up always brings back
No! Get the fuck out! Get out! And not you, Windows 7. I don't even know if you're good or not, but I'm not adding you still. I'm talking about Doug Skater, because he keeps asking the stupidest fucking shit, even though I said no over and over again. So I hit him. Fucking gone now. Grab something to drink.
so many memories. Countless hours spent combing through the tutorials, drawing up graphics, assembling the AI. I spent so much time in this game that the music is practically engraved into my brain matter, which is fine because the soundtrack is fire. There's a reason I've been using songs from it in my videos since the beginning of the channel. This game was such a big part of my life that it almost feels wrong to make a whole video about it without at least getting my hands dirty again. So let's do it. You bring the dirt, I'm making a micro game. Who cares if I haven't opened this game or programmed anything in years? I'm way more capable now than I was back then. I'm a better drawer, I'm a YouTuber, my bones hurt, and I have the help of my first ever sponsor, Milano. As a creative person, inspiration often strikes at less than ideal times.
I got it!
It can be hard to keep track of all the ideas that pop into your head.
I'll keep this in the back of my mind for Adobe 2025 so I can get new features. But at least that's the only new version I have to download for that one, so it's fine. Here's what this guy is saying in the comments of the private chat. What is harassment? I am Brazilian. Yes. I am making Brazil.
Funny jokes. You need Milanote. Milanote is the tool for
Am I downloading
organizing all
it?
your creative endeavors. Whether you want to brainstorm,
Yes.
collaborate on a project, or do some other third thing, Milanote provides an online canvas access from anywhere to do all of that and more. I've been using it as a pin board to help me visualize ideas for a potential microgame. Being able to lay out everything however I want, connect ideas together with little arrows, and even doodle directly on the board makes me feel like I'm unlocking my brain and finally have a grasp on the thoughts all floating around up there. Rearranging and adding new elements like images, to-do lists, and links is a snap. You can even embed videos with a quick copy and paste of a link. I decided to go with my second idea on controlized so that the music. Opening this game up always brings back so many memories. Countless hours spent combing through the tutorials, drawing up graphics, assembling the AI. I spent so much time in this game that the music is practically engraved into my brain matter, which is fine because the soundtrack is fire. There's a reason I've been using songs from it in my videos since the beginning of the channel. This game was such a big part of my life that it almost feels wrong to make a whole video about it without at least getting my hands dirty again. So let's do it. You bring the dirt, I'm making a micro game. Who cares if I haven't opened this game or programmed anything in years? I'm way more capable now than I was back then. I'm a better drawer, I'm a YouTuber, my bones hurt, and I have the help of my first ever sponsor, Milano. As a creative person, inspiration often strikes at less than ideal times.
I got it!
Piss.
It can be hard to keep track of all the ideas that pop into your head, and organizing them is a whole nother beast. Forget scrolling through your jumbled up notes app to find your third list of hopefully funny jokes. You need Milanote. Milanote is the tool for organizing all your creative endeavors. Whether you want to brainstorm, collaborate on a project, or do some other third thing, Milanote provides an online canvas you can access from anywhere to do all of that and more. I've been using it as a pin board to help me visualize ideas for a potential microgame. Being able to lay out everything however I want, connect ideas together with little arrows, and even doodle directly on the board makes me feel like I'm unlocking my brain and finally have a grasp on the thoughts all floating around up there. Rearranging and adding new elements like images, to-do lists, and links is a snap. You can even embed videos with a quick copy and paste of a link.
Hold up, I'm gonna...
I decided to go with my second idea for a microgame, Nut Shooter, title pending. So I gathered up a bunch of game art references and arranged them into an inspiration mood board that I can click into whenever I'm about to go into creative cardiac arrest. Even if you're not the best at organizing or starting a new project, Milanote provides over 100 built-in templates to help kick off any kind of creative project you can think of. Whether you're planning a game or your week, it's frictionless and fun. And once you're ready, you can easily invite others to collaborate with you on your board in real time. I invited Percy for feedback on my board, and he said it looked good. I've gotten a large number of sponsorship offers in the past. I never wanted to take any of them unless it was for something I could wholeheartedly recommend. Since trying Milanote, I've been using it almost every day, so I totally suggest giving it a go. Milanote is available for free with no time limit whatsoever. So sign up for a free Milanote account using my link in the description. Thank you, Milanote, for sponsoring this video. So here's what I came up with. Nut Shooter.
It's done downloading, I think.
Couldn't think of a better title. The aim of the game is your game.
Nuts.
To get the nut to the goal, you have to choose if you want to shoot it to the left or the right.
File manager. Okay, never mind.
It'll bounce off the walls twice before arriving at an endpoint. Sometimes the goal will be on the left.
Sure, let's open it
it'll
up.
Be on the right. Also, an obstacle may randomly appear, which means you'll have to reconsider which way to shoot based on that as well. The goal is going to be one of these little critters, and once they get a nut, they'll get outfitted with it. We're calling them wee nuts because they are small, and I enjoy stupid names. And that's the plan. I decided to stream my development process on Twitch, thinking I could probably bust this out in an afternoon. I mean, it's a single-screen game with a bouncing ball mechanic. I'd eat my shirt if this was going to take me more than a couple
You should have made that in Scratch, then, you dumbass fucking piece of.
of hours.
Just kidding.
Well, I guess it's high in fibers. You know how they say limitation breeds innovation? A lot of older tech often called for game devs to come up with creative workarounds to achieve what they wanted. Maybe they only had a limited number of colors or pixels, so they had to make their character design simple yet unique in order to stand out. Or they had to compose really strong melodies for their soundtracks since they only had a handful of audio channels that could play at once. Well, in my case, I think I actually overestimated how much WarioWare DIY was capable of, because I ran into way more limitations than I expected, and they definitely weren't breeding innovation. It was more like frustration being bred. Frustration bread. Multigrain. The butt slice. Before I spent too much time on the graphics, I wanted to make sure the game would, work. I plopped down a basic layout, drew the nut, and made placeholder arrows that you tap on to select your shop direction. I just needed to program the nut to shoot and then bounce in the opposite direction it was traveling whenever it touched whatever I decided was a wall. As long as I set the angle of the nut right, the game should basically be automatic. Simple. Oh, except for that it was impossible! WarioWare DIY operates through object interactions. If I make a nut object and a wall object, I can choose from a preset list of what I want them to do and what I want to happen when these two objects interact in some way. In this case, I could have the nut either travel in a specific direction or towards a specific location. If the nut touched the wall on the right, I could have it change the direction it's traveling in and go to the left. But it wasn't that simple. It was simpler. You can only have an object move in one of 8 directions, all of them being at 45-degree increments. So when my nut bounced, the angle was too wide and it wouldn't wind up where I wanted it to go. It was always too high above the goal areas, and it definitely wasn't going to be able to bounce twice in any meaningful way. If I could just angle it a little lower, I wouldn't be talking about this. But here we are. Aiming the nut. Harder than it looks. So the nut traveling in a specific direction was off the table. But what about having it travel to a specific spot instead?
That is not what I'm fucking looking for, dumbass. On computer.
That's doable. All I have to do is select a point on the screen and the nut goes there in a straight line. Angle be damned. But what happens when the nut touches the wall? I can't have it just go to the left at 45 degrees again. I guess it could travel to a specific spot on the left side of the screen after it touches the right wall. That fixes... If touching the right wall always sends the nut to a specific spot on the left wall and vice versa, then what happens in the cases where the player shoots the nut the other way? Huh. Okay, wait. I can set everything up so the walls are actually divided. So when the nut bounces off a bottom wall, it goes to the opposite side's top wall. And then that part of the wall sends it to the opposite goal area. But, hold on. Okay, so you can only have 5 programming slots per object? So even if I wanted to do that, the nut can't be programmed to react to that many different things. Alright, well, I guess I can't make the game now, Wario. Game's canceled. Thanks a lot. I toiled away at this for a few hours, trying anything I could think of. I had a few brain blasts, but those quickly turned into brain blanks when I then realized that DIY doesn't work like I'd hoped, and trying is futile. Wait, I could also... wait. Oh my blob. Wait. No! Oh my god! I don't think it's gonna work. Fuck. I can't do it. I was just about ready to sacrifice my creative vision just to get this game to function in some capacity, when someone in the chat brought up the possibility of there not being 1, but 2 nuts. Since the nut used up 2 programming slots for the initial shot to the left or the right, and 1 programming slot for each possible bounce after that, maybe I could get around the limit of 5 by sneakily swapping out the nut with a second nut that would then have even more empty slots for the next bounce, and then swap to a third nut for the potential final bounce against the randomly appearing obstacle. Does this make any sense? There's a good chance I lost a decent chunk of you explaining all this. And you know what? That's fine. Coding is pretty dang hard, even when it's set to easy weenie baby mode like it is here. Don't worry though, we're almost through with it. So how was I going to manage this? I mean, swapping out a nut for another one mid-bounce?
I'll just extract it. I was trying to mount it, but I don't think that's gonna work, so just extract it, I guess.
I haven't seen that movie, but it actually wasn't hard at all. All I had to do was set the second nut's starting state to be attached to the first nut. So until it gets told to do something else, it'll always be with its nut buddy. When the first nut touches the wall, it goes invisible, and the second nut then bounces to the opposite wall, where it goes invisible, and the secret third nut is activated. It had to be done with workarounds and illusions, but for all intents and purposes, it worked. I had effectively pulled off my own ship of Theseus. The nut of Theseus. Wow, I am so sorry. After spending 5 hours doing all that, I realized there was no way I was also going to finish the graphics and music in one day. So we were going to have a micro game dev day 2. No way around it. But compared to the first, my second stream was easy as pie. Which I'm not actually sure is that easy, since I've never made a pie, but I have done art, and maybe I'm pretty good at that. But I'm also crazy slow, because it took me another 8 hours to finish Nut Shooter. So maybe it was easy as pie. Pie bakers, comment down below what you think. Because WarioWare DIY is a DS game,
If it's work, generate your own for free. Why? How would that fucking work?
a pixel art, something I'm not too versed in, but I think I may do pretty well here. You can make your own custom stamps, so if you want to have like a repeating tile background, it's totally doable. Just know that there aren't any layers in this game, and the undo button only goes back 1 action, so you have to be really precise with your coloring, lest you long for pain and suffering. Oh no. Oh. No! I messed it up. I went on to make a bunch of different animations for the characters in the game, like the Weenut being happy when they get their little hat, or broken on the inside when you fail. You jerk. I also made this bomb that explodes if you shoot the nut at it, since I figured what better way to convince the player to shoot one way than threatening them with an imminent explosion. You thought I was going to explode for a second there. I figured what better way to top things off with a little mac than threatening them with an imminent explosion. You thought I was going to explode for a second there, didn't you?
What am I drinking? Root beer. You guys want to see what he fucking posted in the images section of this shit? You guys want to see it? It's so funny.
I top things off with a
You guys want to see what Windows 7 posted in the
I'm
images
really
section?
proud of how they turned out.
Ow!
My initial doodles to work off of helped a ton, since sketching in this game isn't really an easy task. After the art was complete, I then added in a bunch of sound effects and some confetti for when you win. Gotta love an explosive victory. At this point, I had been working for 6.5 hours straight, minus a little cracker break I took, but
Yeah, can you fucking not? Can you not and knock it the fuck off? It's my new P. That's not a good profile picture.
I was determined to finish this weekend.
Give to me ideas. I don't know, maybe Windows 7, make a Windows 7 style PFP without AI. That'd be fun.
Even if that possibly was a stupid decision I made because I was losing half hours straight, minus a little cracker break I took. But I was determined to finish this weekend. Even if that possibly was a stupid decision I made because I was losing my mind listening to the graphics music nonstop this entire time. Oh my god. Going insane. Speaking of music, I had to make some of that. Even at my wit's end, I had a pretty fun time laying down a melody and playing around with DIY's selection of very normal instruments that would hopefully not get you put on a list. Just one baby. But let's see what the baby sounds like. We'll see what the baby sounds like. Fine. Is this the baby? I think it's gotta be the baby. Oh my god. Ooh, yeah, that's actually kind of good. Why is
It's crazy as fuck. Now we can look up Photoshop and then do it there and then no, work it over here. Photoshop. And unless this requires me to wait, is this actually it? What the fuck? I didn't have it. I didn't. Is this it? What the fuck? Okay, so it was just that easy. Okay, it was just that easy. It was just that easy. It was just that easy. Wow.
I've been getting back into music production lately, and
Right.
it was crazy to me how much that changed my experience with the music maker compared to my last pursuits. It's a pretty simple but very fun DAW when you kind of know what you're doing, and even when you don't. And honestly, I would say that is applies to the entire experience of WarioWare DIY. You're not going to make the next Hollow Knight or Blotro in this game, but it does give you tools that force you to experiment with simplicity by stripping back the scope of everything. You can't make a full-on platformer or an in-depth battle system. You can only draw on one layer, only have 4 tracks for your music, and each object only gets 5 slots of AI. As a digital artist who's used to having a plethora of in-depth tools at my disposal, art programs, music software, video editors, being shoved into Wario's tiny little 2-screen box is a surprising breath of fresh air. Maybe those limitation innovation bakers were right. Watching Nut Shooter get loaded up into the shipping truck after my 12 hours of work stirred up a sense of accomplishment I honestly haven't felt in a while. I'm glad I played this game as a kid, and it was a surreal experience going back to it and finally understanding some of the more complicated parts of WarioWare DIY that flew over my head back then. It honestly has made me a lot more interested in learning how to do game dev on my computer, which has hesitated to get into. I'd say if any of this seemed interesting or fun to you at all, then maybe give micro game dev a try and do it yourself. Wario did not pay me to say that. There are also similar block-based programming game engines that you can get for your computer, but I don't know enough to be able to recommend any at the moment. If anyone in the comments does, feel free to drop one. Oh, and if you want to give Nut Shooter a try, I'll leave a link to it in the description. There's a pretty stellar fan site called Dojinsoft that has been hosting microgames for years. You can download them to your game save or even play them in your browser. And it works on mobile, so now we can all shoot nuts wherever we please. At last. Now game save or even play them in your browser.
Jesus Christ, that's so goddamn loud!
And it works on
Looks nice.
mobile, so now we can all shoot nuts wherever we...
So now we can all shoot nuts. God, so stupid.
At last. As for me, I'm gonna go hit up the old...
What? Windows 7. Okay, I'm just gonna save that.
W man. See if I can't get a raise after making all these games for him. Oh gosh, I hope he doesn't blow up on... Hi, screen viewer. Do you ever feel like you need to get away from it all? Like, all of it? The divisiveness and overstimulation? You know, everything going on.
Okay, bye.
In the world and on the internet as we are, it's hard not to notice a kind of societal shift that's occurred over the last chunk of years. I mean, society is constantly...
Finally, they're gone.
But this has felt different, scarier, more urgent, and seemingly insurmountable than anything I've ever experienced as a 27-year-old only just moving out of my parents' house. And unfortunately, I think we're on the brink of even more stink. So what's smelling today? Well, the wealth gap's nearing Great Depression levels, capitalism's finally eating itself to death, racism is ruining everything as usual, trans people are the current scapegoat of the week, and we're bearing witness to the first ever live stream genocide.
What?
More urgent and seemingly insurmountable than anything I've ever experienced as a 27-year-old only just moving out of my parents' house. And unfortunately, I think we're on the brink of even more stink. So what's smelling today? Well, the wealth gap's nearing Great Depression levels, capitalism's finally eating itself to death, racism is ruining everything as usual, trans people are the current scapegoat of the week, and we're bearing witness to the first ever live stream genocide that's also just being allowed to happen. So I'd say the physical world isn't doing too hot. Except it is because climate change. Hey, get back. And since the horrors never relent, what you
I think I know how to use it.
the digital world is melting into some kind of algorithmically generated authoritarian sludge hole. Big tech's become hellbent on isolating us and fostering a toxic dependence on its services, which only further entangle us in their web. A web where puritanical payment processors won't even let us play our toxic yaoi games. It's no wonder mental health has continued to worsen. Gen Z is apparently the loneliest generation yet. So that's fun. But hey, now that I've submitted all my bodily fluids and verified my age to Google, I can solve that problem easily with this AI-powered hamster. What can't money buy? Are you my AI hamster? If I have to be. the midst of all this, in the flickering light of a world on fire, when's the last time you made something? Like, when was the last time you genuinely shared a part of yourself with another person or a group of people? When's the last time you were vulnerable like that, or even had the energy to be? I've been in a bit of a creative rut for the past long time. Usually when I make a video like this, it'll be about whatever the heck my mind's been stuck on lately, provided I think it's good material. I don't want to pretend time. Usually when I make a video like this, it'll be about whatever the heck my mind's been stuck on lately, provided I think it's good material. I don't want to pretend to be super interested in something that I'm really not, or to be dependent on escaping into my nostalgia where problems felt smaller just so I can keep pumping out videos. That's not why I do what I do. But trying to ignore the existential elephant in the room has become increasingly challenging for me in today's landscape. Because when you genuinely care about anything going on, you can't just flip a switch and stop. How can I muster up a rat's ass to give to anything else when I'm worried about very real problems and wondering how I can help make a difference? Getting up on a platform just spouting my opinions as if I'm some sort of main character doesn't feel like I'm actually helping. It just feels vaguely narcissistic. I guess what I'm experiencing can be summed up as feeling directionless and discouraged. What am I even doing? Is making videos or any kind of art worth anything right now? If I'm not like actively fighting and just talking about things I don't really think matter, am I just self-indulgently sticking my head in the sand when I make these? When I draw or post anything? Am I just helping to gaslight us all into thinking everything's fine? And like, I tried, okay? I was initially planning another video commenting on the state of AI and current technology, about how it's all very anti-human, but things in that world move so fast, and I animate so slow, it just became overwhelming, and I wound up scrapping the whole thing, lost on what to do next. I want to help people feel hopeful and inspired, but here I am feeling so much frustration and negativity, self-doubt and sourness. I can't have fun, I'm not smart enough to tackle things head-on, my friends can't find jobs, and it's not
Right, I can use GIMP. I don't even have to. Why?
their dreams just aren't possible anymore.
Why am I using GIMP? I mean, why am I not using GIMP?
Just like being able to survive doing something you went to school for. I'm just tired, man. And I don't think I'm unique in these thoughts. I'm sure a lot of you watching can relate in some way, even if you're not politically conscious. Life is hard. And
Yeah, I could just use GIMP, kinda. Okay, I can open PTSDs in GIMP, but not.
Why don't you just take a break, pal? I can't take a break. Don't you see what we're dealing with? Okay. I know I'm definitely giving a diagnosable display of doomerdom, but ultimately, I want to push back against that. So, the big question I'm asking today, and hopefully working to answer, is how can making things be important in a world like ours? Can being expressive, creative, and sharing our thoughts and experiences be more beneficial than we realize? In short, yes. In long, have you seen My Neighbor Totoro? I first watched Studio Ghibli's My Neighbor Totoro way back in 2020. I was on the verge of graduating from college with a bachelor's in digital media production. Big moneymaker right there. I didn't really learn much that I hadn't figured out from doing YouTube for years at that point, but I had generally enjoyed my college arc, even through the clinical depression subplot. But graduation was just a few months away when Corona hit the scene, effectively canceling the rest of my final semester and leaving my friends and I stuck inside our apartment house. You all know how that went. For the first 2 months, we effectively became alcoholic gamer hermits, spending most of our days fermenting in Animal Crossing until it became socially acceptable to inebriate ourselves again. At noon. Aside from binging anime and Avatar, we would occasionally spice things up and watch movies, new and old, including one Hayao Miyazaki's My Neighbor Totoro. I had seen some Ghibli films before, namely Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle, but this was my first time watching Totoro, which basically follows the day-to-day life of a small family that recently moved to the Japanese countryside. The two children, Satsuki and her younger sister Mei, try to get used to their new home while they wait for their mother to be admitted from the hospital, and wind up befriending the forest spirit, Totoro, by screaming in his face. It's a nice movie where not that much happens, but the atmosphere is really cozy and cute. That's about all I took from it after my first watch. I mean, COVID was fresh, and at that point, the world Totoro invites us into didn't seem so distant. I was sure everything would be back to normal by the time summer rolled around. So, what's normal is gone forever, and we now live in a world effectively run by Twitter goons. AI's been grafted onto everything, and your grandma is asking what Groiper means. The new norm ain't the same as the old norm. So some of my friends were watching Totoro and a VC one night, and I, needing a bit of a cozy escape from the world like I remembered, gladly joined them. But this time, everything hit different. Like Logan Paul and the colorblind glasses. I was noticing things that were invisible to me 5 years ago. Nestled in the intricately hand-painted backgrounds, flowing from the soundtrack, bursting from the frames and emanating from the characters, was a permeating sense of community, closeness. There was this feeling of being connected to the earth, to nature, and a sense of being a part of something bigger than yourself. Maybe the people in your town, maybe even more. Here in this small village, people aren't afraid of or trying to avoid their neighbors. They're not pretending like they don't exist. They're able to help each other out and know that they can count on it. In May of 2025, My Neighbor Totoro felt like something I had been missing in my life. It felt human. This movie was stirring up my insides and making me think that maybe part of the reason the world is as chaotic and divided as it is now is because at large, we're lacking real human connection. Connection to the earth, to our lives, and to each other. Realizing all of this, in that moment, rocked back in my little IKEA chair, covered in Cheeto dust and probably drooling a little. Sucked ass! I was watching this movie to feel good, not to feel a deep sense of longing. If I wanted that, I would have watched The Cap Returns. Make me yours, Baron Humber Funky. I think the worst part about it all, the part that really pissed me off, was knowing that a lot of what is portrayed in Totoro wasn't just conjured out of nothing. It was based on real places, real experiences, a real outlook on life that Miyazaki grew up with. And like, that means that somewhere along the way, this connection we could have had was lost. But how did we lose it? Why are we in this predicament? Where did Totoro go? Growing up, my parents always talked about how things were wildly different in America when they were kids. People went outside more, kids had more independence and third places to go, and nobody locked their doors. Which sounds crazy today, like, really? Anybody could just walk in, sitcom style? That's...
Honey, I'm home.
I'm not saying it was all fine and dandy, but it feels like we've swung way too far in the opposite direction, and a lot of people today don't even know how to, like, be in a community anymore. It's everyone for themselves now, and the scary thing is, this didn't happen to us completely by accident. It's no secret that America and a lot of the world is exceedingly divided now. It's practically a buzzword how often it's been stated. You see it everywhere. Echo chambers, demonization of the other side, and a feeling that people live in completely different realities thanks to misinformation and algorithmic sorting of people into different tribes. I could get pretty deep into why and how we are where we are, but I would have to go history mode, and frankly, there are way better equipped people out there to educate you on all that stuff. Also, I'm lazy, and I don't want to animate all that, so I'll just try my best to boil everything down. The core reason people today are much more divided and individualistic than they were 40 to 50 plus years ago is pretty much because of money and power. Crazy, I know. 9 times out of 10, the answer to why companies and powerful people in general do shitty things is just because they want those 2 assets. It's so simple, it's kind of stupid, but sometimes cliches are pretty on the money. Why is social media and the news and the government dividing us? Because they're incentivized to, and they put aside the well-being of the world because of what they can gain. Divided people, even if they're not physically alone, are isolated people. And if you want to manipulate the world, well, isolated people are easy pickings. It's called abusive relationship logic, basically. Targeting the most vulnerable among us. More isolated people
Among
means more
Us.
controllable people. Means more profit or power, influence, or whatever the hell you want. When we feel alone or unfulfilled, we'll pretty much do anything to fill that void. And today's consumerist economy thrives on exploiting that. There's always another carrot on a stick or a self-described antidote to the poison we've been slowly administered all this time. And nowhere is this manipulation more apparent than in the rise of AI.
Bro, I don't care.
I mean, companies aren't even trying to hide that they literally want to sell you a friend. Someone who listens, responds, and sends you into psychosis. That's what friends are for. The sad thing is, there's actually a lot of demand for this sort of thing. Unlike what Google and OpenAI or whoever would have you believe, most are. The sad thing, nowhere is this manipulation more apparent than in the rise of AI. The dirty bandage on the wound. I mean, companies aren't even trying to hide that they literally want to sell you a friend. Someone who listens, responds, and sends you into psychosis. That's what friends are for. The sad thing is, there's actually a lot of demand for this sort of thing. Unlike what Google and OpenAI or whoever would have you believe, most people aren't using AI to hide how lazy and thoughtless they are. I mean, a lot of them are, but no. The most common use of AI at the moment is for therapy. Horrible therapy that has no humanity to it and has proven itself to be dangerous, but a lot of people feel like they have no one else to confide in, and that's terrible. There are so many long-standing problems it's insane, and I could go on and on about all of this, but I exceeded my negativity quota several minutes ago, and I think we all need a brain break from that. What's helped me to feel less overwhelmed at times is learning that despite how it feels, none of these issues are completely new. Same gunk, different gamer, you know? Oh no! The world isn't ending. It's changing. It's been bad before, and it's been good before. But it's always changing. And a better world is possible. For all of us. But like, Jackademia, how does that relate to us drawing pictures or singing songs? Why have you been smacking your gob for the past 10 minutes about all this really cool and insightful woke societal nonsense? Well, I'm getting to that, so shush. A lot of times, when positive change feels impossible, we wonder if creating things, having fun and expressing ourselves is worth it. Or if we should even allow ourselves some levity in the face of adversity, like it's somehow irresponsible to. But I'm here to tell you why those feelings are stupid and wrong.
Hi, Doodle Bob.
In the war on division, creativity is one of the strongest weapons we have, and it isn't something you need to be born with. It exists in countless forms and can be discovered and nurtured in just about anybody. And I'm not just talking about art. Sure, drawing and music may come to mind first for most people, but there's so much more that being creative encompasses. It can be crocheting, gardening, dancing, cooking, even the not gay stuff, like sports. Gardening, dancing, cooking, even the not gay stuff.
Why did they do that? Like sports. 6'7". Oh my god, 6'7". Bro.
Can exist in anything, both self-reflection and expression. It's one of the only things I can think of that has the power to extend your sense of connection inward and outward. Let's walk through the necessary steps to be creative in art, and maybe you'll see what I mean. This is you. I drew you cute as a thanks for watching this far. You've got a piece of paper and a pencil and little grabbers to use them. But before you can start making something, you need to search within. What do I want to draw? What do I like? Is there something I'd like to all my feelings for even if we have kids and it'll fit? Each time you ask yourself questions like this, it might seem insignificant, but you're actually engaging and strengthening your sense of self. You're connecting with you. Once that's begun, you can then start laying lines down. And the way you do this becomes your way of expressing the self you're connecting to. It's not easy, and you might wind up getting frustrated and walking away at times. But each stroke is a step towards success.
But each stroke is a stroke of your goddamn stupid fucking.
You should. You put yourself through a tiny trial to create something. Even if it's not what you expected, you made it exist. You basically gave birth. Mazel tov. Now clean that up, that's disgusting. Eventually, you can even share your self, baby. It's a step that requires a level of vulnerability necessary to do that thing I've been talking about. Hey, it doesn't have to be perfect. Being vulnerable with others is what leads to real, genuine connections even becoming a possibility. Once you share your art, you put a piece of yourself out there for other people to connect with, and in turn, connect with you in some way. Maybe your art exposes people to different perspectives, cultures, and experiences that they may have never considered otherwise. Maybe it makes people laugh and form their own connections with each other because of it. Or maybe it makes someone deep in isolation realize they're not alone. This is what stuff like AI completely misses about art and human creativity. Its value doesn't come from technical prowess. It comes from us and the connections it forms between real people across time and space. When we engage with ourselves and the world from a creative lens, all sorts of cool things can happen. You know how I know that? Because I've lived it, bitch! Making art online and offline has completely changed my life.
It's easy.
I don't know, I'm still living it. When I started this channel, Jackademia, I was living inside of a shell. There were times I would poke out, a few people I would open up to a little, but I kept most of myself to myself. And I mean it. I was so restricted in who I allowed myself to be and be perceived as, that back in high school, I didn't even share what music I liked with the person I was dating until like 5 months into our relationship. I hated the parts of myself that I thought other people would judge. And I'm a freaking weirdo, so in my mind, there was a lot to judge and a lot to hide. I kind of skirted through a lot of my life, always feeling like I was at arm's length with everyone I met. But like, arm's length. Like, whoa. So my hope for Jackademia was that maybe if I could open myself up online, where what you put on it is forever, I wouldn't be able to hide anymore. I could bridge that gap in my life, stop living through 50 layers of irony, and I could find connection. Maybe I could even be the kind of person for others that I needed as a teen. Now, compared to who I was when I started in 2016, I'm wildly different. I went from pretending like I didn't know the names of Pokemon like Spoink, to lamenting over the state of narratives in Sonic the Hedgehog and I could find connection. Maybe I could even be the kind of person for others that I needed as a teen. Now, compared to who I was when I started in 2016, I'm wildly different. I went from pretending like I didn't know the names of Pokemon like Spoink, to lamenting over the state of narratives in Sonic the Hedgehog in front of hundreds of thousands of people. I've connected with other artists and friends that I'm glad I get to share my life with. I've pushed myself to make more things, see more places. I worked on a game jam, flew out to conventions, and started accepting the parts of
Fuck me, the goddamn. What the fuck shit? Fuck.
A flimsy mask I hoped no one would remove, to a tempered core that no one could. And that's just how I was affected. Other people have told me they made their own friends or even started dating because they had crossed paths thanks to a video I uploaded or a piece of art I posted. And that's crazy. That hurts my head to think about. But it's true. Expressing myself creatively was only a single part of a chain reaction that butterfly affected into all sorts of connections being formed. But it was a necessary part. Reflecting on this made me realize that the more people there are that choose to say something, to share themselves and their stories, the better the world will be. Maybe people won't always make the greatest thing, but overall, the more creativity we have, the more connections we form. I think it's a net positive. I'm not saying you need to go and become a YouTuber or share your entire life story on social media. That's definitely not for everyone. But if you start by sharing yourself with the people around you, or just one person, hell, even if you don't share at all yet, you've connected with yourself. You've made something. And the world is...
Poo poo.
Hi, I am Mia Lufe, and right here, right now, I have condensed all my life to the knowledge, and if you follow to
Oh,
the
I thought
end
I thought that said 72 subscribers. Like, what the fuck? Why does this have so many views but only like 17 subscribers? I was like,
nearly
the
2 hour
fuck?
tutorial, you will get something like this. I feel like I'm giving away too
Not like that. I think we're reaching a little bit of different things, but
industry
okay.
secrets, bro. I feel like I'm giving back to the community, I'm contributing to society, and all I ask
Is okay.
brighter for it. And hey, if you do want to post stuff online, allow me to unveil one potential place to get started on your creative quest. Today's sponsor, Unveil. Man, I don't know. I feel like the internet sucks now because of everything you mentioned in the first half of this video. Why would this be any different? Well, I don't know where you came from, but Unveil is an online space actively committed to being 100% AI-free and specifically for creatives. Whether you're an artist, writer, character creator, storyteller, or whatever. Run by a small team
Yay!
of creatives, Unveil is built for you. Okay, but what do you do there? You can explore and create your own character pages, fill up galleries with art of your original characters, write out lore, traits, and stories, and then keep them all neatly organized within your own user-created worlds. You can even collaborate with others to make art, roleplay, and create stories in shared worlds. Just imagine making a whole universe with your friends and their characters, living together, fighting tooth and nail, falling in love. Sounds like a lot of power.
Sounds like a lot of
250,000 users and counting, you'll find all sorts of people to connect with and millions of creations to discover. With Unveil's question of the day, you can learn about other users' characters in a flash, or flesh out your own. With a naturally warm and welcoming atmosphere, nearly all creations get commented on and favorited. So Unveil actually feels alive. Eat your heart out, dead internet theory. Well, I'm convinced. If I was a real person and not a metaphorical stand-in, Unveil would get my vote. It's not an election, but yeah, check out Unveil for free today using my link in the description. So what am I really getting at here? Why is making stuff this big important thing? I mean, of course there are other ways to connect with people, but I think creativity is unique in that it takes...
Hi, Celia Star.
...what makes modern societies so depressing. See, when billionaires see really cool art and the bonds of friendship, they actually have a severe allergic reaction that causes them to undergo a Grinchian transformation. Their heart gets fat, they give away all their money, and then they subscribe to Jackademia on YouTube.com like all good philanthropists do. Now, obviously billionaires will always suck, but they get a lot of their power from our desire to consume.
Making this. I am making this.
fault that America's whole thing is consumerism, but I think we can help change that. The more we can shift back from consuming to creating, to getting the connection and expression from what we do, buy or whatever, the less we have to use larger powers that want to swing in a direction into being
Oh, it's change of voice. Okay, I thought it was.
into their goals. Just look at Sonic, for example. Yes, I'm bringing Sonic into this. When Sonic Team kept putting out stinker after stinker after stinker, did Sonic fans just sit idly by and say, oh well, I guess Sonic just doesn't shower anymore? No! They stepped up and said, okay, Sonic Team, you guys can keep doing whatever it is you're doing. We're gonna make Sonic good ourselves. The Sonic fandom is notorious for making the most fan games out of any subculture out there. And a lot of them are bursting with more love, passion, and creativity than anything Sega's put out in forever. Sonic fans don't need to gobble up every little glob Sega puts out to fill the hedgehog-shaped hole in their hearts. They've been corking that up for years, and it's probably spurred Sonic Team into giving more of an effort lately. That's why I believe creativity is so important. In a time when it feels like we're powerless to fight against swaths of propaganda, surveillance, and isolation, every act of creation takes power back, no matter how small or trivial it might seem. So, that's my piece. Things have been rough. I've had trouble, even with all the success, I have to keep going. I want to have fun making the most of my life. And I want to believe it's important, that it matters. That's why I've been drilling this all in, to remind myself that it does. Art's not the end-all, be-all solution to the world's problems, of course. But our creative spirit is a vital part of what makes us human. It connects us in a way nothing else can, and it's just so freaking.
I'll finish watching this video and then I'll start watching the tutorial.
Please show me your
Because I need to watch the tutorial on how to do this shit. But I'm trying to start blind, but that's not gonna work for this thing.
Your Guatemalan grandma gave you this goulash recipe? Groovy. When we make
Gosh.
when we listen to our inner voice and do things on our own, we create our own sense of self-worth. Something way deeper and more valuable than anything you could ever buy or get out of a chatbot. We can form connections wholly sustained by ourselves, not reliant on what shows we watch or brands we wear. When more people feel empowered to do that, to create more than we consume, I think a lot of life would just be better. Even if you don't buy my whole societal spiel on how it helps the world, I like seeing what people make. Make things for me, if no one else.
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? This is a video about fucking Trackmaster 2 customs. What the fuck is he doing there? Where the fuck is he there? What the fuck? Why is he there? What is bro doing there? What is bro doing there?
Let me be greedy, but please, take care of yourself first and foremost. If you really can't bring yourself to create right now, it's fine.
I don't know why he's there.
While you rest. Share your friend's art.
I don't know why he's there, dude.
Leave a comment telling someone you like what they do. I read like 99% of the comments I get from you all, and most of the time, they keep me going. Most of the time. Sometimes they hurt me physically.
Sorry, this is up top, but I took a shit and it smelled so bad.
No matter what the future brings, there's always going to be another battle, and times when it seems like the morning is nowhere in sight. But art, that's our fuel. That's what powers the indomitable human spirit that I somehow know a lot about, despite being a furry little nut thing. I like art. What? I do it.
The way he said, I like art, it sounded like Bob from Bob's Burgers. It's me, Bob from Bob's Burgers. I make burgers and I'm called Bob. So I name my restaurant Bob's Burgers. Bob Burger. It's me, Bob Burger. It's me, Bob Burger!
I made the costume by hand.
Ow, my throat.
Weeks straight, but like, whatever. It's whatever. No. It's awesome. But what? It's beautiful. You think you could?
Is for you to remember my name, merely Ufe. For this tutorial, you can rig your own model, and if you don't have one, you can download this exact model to follow along. This is a character I designed based on my hamster Poo Poo. The PSD is free.
Why the fuck would you name your hamster Poo Poo? That's an evil fucking being right there.
And the rigged live video file is called a CM.
Based off a hamster.
It's $10, all in
Hamster. Hamster.
Please use them for educational purposes only. I better not see a color change Poo Poo streaming a donathon. So download the Live2D program at their official site called Live2D Cubism. And for this tutorial, I'm using the Pro version, which you can get a 42 days free trial for. And if you decide to buy the license, they offer a really good student discount, which is around 60 USD for 3 years. Saved my life. And if you run into any problems following my tutorial, you can seek help in my Discord server.
Wow, so awesome. Everything has Discord servers, but I can't fucking join them. Hopefully I don't run into any fucking issues. Make copies of this real quick. Actually, yeah, that's good. But I don't want to be open to that. I don't read Japanese. I think that's Japanese. That's definitely not Chinese. I think that's Japanese. I don't know how to do that.
When separating layers, you basically just want to separate whatever that needs to move on its own. A lot of it will be personal preference, but some places fine.
Yeah, speak English. We're an English-speaking family here. I would speak Spanish because I'm Mexican, but I learned to nice to meet you. Greetings from Japan. Nice to meet you too. This is what my avatar looks like. It's a tiny bit. Oh, it's American to stream and end up here through Coolio. As you can see here, this is a little bit different from the tutorial I'm watching. Just a tiny bit, a teeny tiny bit. I made GP, yeah. Coolio. I'm doing this so I can do some fun times. Of course, sure. I don't know if I said that right, but okay.
Face is one plain color.
Your appearance and voice are wonderful. Thank you.
And for the eyes, separate this corner.
I know. I already did all the work, and I don't feel like doing it again. So most of the stuff I did is fine, I believe. Yeah, I kind of did this a little bit lazily, but it works, so it's fine, I guess. I can just skip that since I already did that.
Live2D and drag the PSD file in. Select full scale, unless your computer is not going to handle much. And for dark mode, you go into
What the fuck?
File, Environment Settings, and Dark.
Why? Okay. I like white mode, but I guess I'll do dark environment settings. Dark for now. Let me just... Sure, yeah. That's fine. It's fine. I was just curious. I'd rather use the free version. I don't know if I can export. Oh, wait, yeah, I can. I'm just going to use the free version for now, at least, just because I don't really feel like messing around with a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll just do, like, simple stuff like this, but... Yeah. Actually, even for that, let me just... Simple Oreo VTuber, because I'm probably not going to do a big one with physics until, like, later down the line.
First thing you notice is that your clipping layers are going to unclip, and we're going to clip it back. The navigation is...
What? Who the fuck is Red from Angry Bird movie? Red. Slingshot. I think this is Doodle Bob, so that's even funnier. Wombat67.
is zoom in and out using mouse wheel, hold and drag on the mouse wheel to move around, or space and drag.
China.
We're gonna clip the face shadow to face space. We're gonna select her.
I know, I did that with my freaking marking already. Yeah. I should actually probably do that for the other two, clipping ID. Yeah. At least I made it very easy for myself to do, so it's not even that hard. I already figured it out, kinda. Looks a little bit strange sometimes, but it works.
As you have in here. Deselect by clicking escape or just clicking the void. So we're for the eyes too, like eye white, Control C, then select iris and shift select the first highlight. You'll select everything in between. Control V. You don't see it? I shift select it. Beginning and Control Enter. My nose line is supposed to stay inside of nose mask. Everything inside the mouth should stay inside of inner mouth.
No shit! Everything that's in the mouth should stay in the mouth. No fucking shit!
If you're having trouble,
I don't know what to use. It should be smooth and should be fine enough, I guess. It should work at least. I have this version which I think is like 30 parameters or something, which is fine. I don't need that many, I think. My mic is so loud. Great.
Right click, object cursor, and neck. See? Neck. Fit inside the neck. And then
Red bird, angry bird. Ah! Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck, Red? What the fuck, Doodle Bob? Doodle Bob. Dude, just gonna hold on. We're gonna do something else real quick. Hold on. I think you can see where this is going with.
Inside of the like, and then I'm gonna select the background and delete it because you can change the background color in here. Okay, then.
Looks fine. Looks good, I think. Ask Doodle if he can. It's Doodle Bob, not Doodle on. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Great.
Control A, select everything, click Auto Mesh Generator. In presets, click Standard. Standard is good for now, and we're going to remesh the layers that need more details later. Then select everything on the head, but deselect your neck. Control to select or deselect, and click a rotation deformer. Name it Head Z. Great. Hold Control and drag it to the center of the chin. Make sure that it aligns with the nose and it is perfectly in the center.
She sounds like she's about to cry. That's crazy. Mine is not in the middle, so I don't really know what to do about that, but okay. I'll just... What is this?
Who did the young people pick as their leader? NBA young boy? Who?
Tom, where's my car keys?
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Alright, that's fun. I figured out how to do that. Bit. Fuck it.
Center. Click angles Y. Create a rotation deformer.
Maybe I should look up Live 2D 3x3 Live 2D. Okay.
Name it head Z. Create. Hold Control and drag it to the center of the chin. Make sure
I guess I'll just call it head Z, head Z for now.
that it aligns with the nose and
Guessing I don't have to entirely do that.
is perfectly
Maybe.
in the center. Click angle Z, add 3 keyforms.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do before. Okay. Can I just use air? Yes, that's actually so helpful. Fuck yeah, dude. Hold on. Just do. Yeah, there we go.
These parameters consisting of key points is where the animation is going to occur. Drag it to the left key point. Angle Z means head tilting, and we just want our head to tilt at that.
Just set reset to default values. It's me. I'm a fucking guy now. Yay! Fuck yeah! Yeah! I can always get rid of these, right? Okay, cool. I'm learning.
And reflect the motion. Reflect horizontally. Okay. And that just reflects the motion on the other side of your selected parameter. Right click on the key point to snap to it. Then we're gonna make the neck tilt with it. So select neck with the neck to 2. Click on this warp deformer. Name it neck Z.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, what?
So select neck with the neck to 2. Click on this warp deformer. Name it neck Z. And
Assuming this will do. Yeah. Okay. That's not what I want. Let's see. It would have been easier if I made it like facing forward, but I didn't want to do that. OMG, a furry! I'm on the stretch. Oh, owie.
it's off center, so we're gonna recenter it using control, and the shift is just so that you move in a straight line. I can also make it an descent on the other side of your selected parameter point. Then reflects the motion on the other side.
I think I had V2 Studio, but I uninstalled it or something like that. So it's on Steam, so I know that I can just see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the money for that right now. Let's see. I know this is like for actually like exporting. $50 parameters is not such. Sure, go ahead. There's references that I have on my channel. I'll pull them up. There's my banner, which you can use as one of the references. There's also somewhat of, yeah, this one, which is on my community posts. This is the one you should take brain inspiration from. These ones are also fine too. You can draw like this or like this. This one starts with a circle on his head. This one just starts with me like drawing a like boy cursor, I guess. Either one works. Usually, yeah. This one looks really good actually because I drew that one with the mouse. I think this one with the drawing tab. I can't remember. I drew this with the mouse though. Looks good for that. I've been drawing with my drawing tablet lately, and it actually is working pretty good. So. Might draw. Also did this animation today.
Where's my car keys?
Sure, I fell in the hole.
Tom, where's my car keys?
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
I made this in about an hour now, so I've just streamed the process of doing that.
Tom, where's my car keys?
Pretty sure I fell in the hole.
Tom, where's my car?
That still hurts. Ow! Gubby, this Gubby.
Right-click on the key point to snap to it. Then we're gonna make the next click OK. And reflect the motion, and we just want our head to tilt at that key point.
What the fuck? Oh, I can just set it. Hold on. What about 17? Okay. And I can also just do 17 here. There we go. For me, I don't have to do that, but it's nice to have that option. But I should probably have the head in the... yeah. Moving it just a slight little bit. So that way it looks a little bit better. There we go.
And reflect the motion. Reflect horizontally. Click OK. And that just reflects the motion on the other side of your selected parameter. Right-click on the key point to snap to it. Then we're gonna make the neck tilt with it. So select neck with the
Bendy was a little devil thing. Okay.
neck tattoo. Click on this warp deformer. Name it neck Z. And it's off center, so we're gonna recenter it using control, and then shift is just so that you move in a straight line. I can also make it thinner by clicking control alt.
Control.
Then in this number of division 5 by 10, and that will give you more vertical.
And I don't know if I need that much exactly. Hold on. Did I make the mesh yet? Uh-oh. Oh.
Vertical points to work with when you're transforming. And then add 3 keyforms on angle Z and drag it to the left one. Then transform.
Or, you know what I could do? Just It's definitely not perfect, but hey, I like it. Let me just at least do that again, but with a little bit less force. There we go. Yay.
Form the neck deformer to fit the head tilt by selecting the upper half of the neck deformer and tilting it. Reflect motion. Some other riggers like
Feels a little bit off. I can probably change it a little bit. Just
to transform there along with the head tilt, but I prefer to do that later in physics. So we're done headset. Okay, save your files, guys. I forgot to say this earlier, but some layer modes will revert back to normal. So this was supposed to be additive, and we're going to scroll down onto here, blend mode, additive. There is only additive and multiply in Live 2D, but for most things that should be enough. Click escape to deselect, and we're gonna move on to eye rigging. So before we move on to eye rigging, I would like to recap for those unfamiliar with Live2D about the basics of Live2D using what we just did. So this is the working area. This is the animation or key points, keyform area with all your parameters that are going to be tracked later with VTube Studio or other applications. And this is the tool details and inspector area for changing conversion numbers, brush sizes, layer settings, etc. Top left is layering and folders area, similar to your PSD file where you can rearrange the layers, and
I wanted to see images immediately. Let me just watch the images. Don't know which one is left, but I'm gonna guess it's just this is left and this is right, because that's how it normally works. At least how it normally should work, because you can't see it. In my camera it's reverse, but right, this is left, this is right, and it should be good.
bottom left is the deformer area, where the layers are grouped by deformers that they belong to. Animation-wise, each layer needs to be meshed to be warped. The more mesh points on the layer, the more detailed or smoother it can be warped. Sometimes the auto mesh will mess up, usually this happens to me with line art, and you'll need to manually edit it to fill the gaps in manual mesh edit. And just connect the dots until your full image is inside the dots. In some rare cases, for me, auto mesh will make my entire layer disappear. In that case, I go to Project, Model Image, and I find the layer, and I right click, create art mesh, and it'll just give me a new one that I'll re-auto mesh it until it's correct. And don't forget to put it back into the deformer that it belongs to. We can attach either the layers itself to the animation key points or deformers. There are two types of deformers, warp deformers and rotation deformers. A warp deformer just moves and warps its child objects, which means the things inside of it, and that will be layers or other warp deformers. For smoother and more detailed warps, go for more conversion.
Well, there's a lot more than add and multiplying now. Yeah, pretty good. This was made when? 2024, yeah, I was gonna say that. I'll just... Why is it always the weirdest shit? That is the... Again, I gotta pull out screen recorder. Cause boy, there's always some fucking gems. Oh my gosh. Fucking insane, dude. Crazy as fuck. Why? Why is it always the stupid shit that does that shit? Like, why?
Convergent points or heavier mesh for the layers below. Next we have rotation deformers. It can move and rotate layers with other deformers. But if a rotation deformer is under a parent warp deformer, for example if I dragged head Z into neck Z, the things inside of the rotation deformer will not be warped. It can only be moved and rotated by its parent.
What
For
the
example,
fuck?
if I deleted my head rotation, and now the things inside of it are...
I got accustomed to this very quickly. I thought it'd take a little bit longer, but I mean it did, but I just had to look at a guide. I think I got the rest of it though, but not perfectly. This is just the set angle, so I'm not gonna mess around with physics. I just want to see what.
Now it's time for head XY. In my humble opinion, do not start with individually deforming things on the face. And I'll show you my lazy method. First, let's get his hair back, and then select everything inside of head Z, but deselect the hair in the back. Create a deformer, name it head XY. Make the conversion division somewhere close to 20 by 18. If you have any hidden layers that are left outside,
Just gonna have it open so I can actually see the fucking mouth. That's cursed. Let's fix that at least. Damn. Okay. Maybe I do have to do a little bit of sneaky suspicion. Sneaky. I don't mind if I have to do it again, but be a pain in my ass, but let's just do a little bit of yarg, if you know what I mean. Because I forgot how to do it. Okay, this is like the one program, Live 2D. I'm not entirely sure. I'll just use whatever I think is right. So I'm just gonna. I don't know. It's not ethical, but at the very least it might work. I don't know though. If it did, I'd be very surprised. Yeah. Let's see. I guess I'm going to make an account for this specific thing that I'm probably not ever going to use again, but okay, sure. Just retard. I was trying to make sure because I need to make sure. How do I make an account? If it has to do with Discord, I'm gonna be really mad. I shouldn't have to look it up. Oh, fucking course. That's so funny. Oh my god. So close, it's so far. I don't want to pay for it. Okay.
For example, my tongue out and mask. They're all supposed to be.
I don't have any money.
Drag it back in. Then send her the.
Start as free version, I guess. I know. Fuck off. Guess I just gotta look around the restrictions by not having as much shit. What if the parameters is already being used by the angle X, angle Z stuff? which kind of fucking sucks. So that's not good. That's not something that I'm very fond of. Yeah.
Keyformer holding control, then still holding control, make it more fitting to the face, especially the chin area. Then add 3 keyforms on both angle X and angle Y, drag angle X to the left, and this is where he's going to be looking left.
It'd be nice if I didn't need a fucking account for the freaking stupid shit. Okay. I'm just gonna close that, and if I have to do it again, it's gonna be fine because I actually know how to use it. At least a little bit. At least I have a fucking Malwarebyte, so let me just open that up real quick. Make sure I don't get a fucking virus from this shit. Dangerous download blocked. I sure wonder why! It's in fucking Arabic! I feel like I've used this before. I don't know if they're trustworthy or not. I cannot remember. Click the download. Awesome! Fuck you! It's my fucking internet. It always has this issue of not working with certain shit. It'd be great if I could look up fucking live 2D, that specific fucking version that I need, but I can't because it won't show it to me. I don't understand why. Download. Give me the specific version. So close, but all that's here is the 5.0 version. This is all that's here, the 5. Not tab, Arthard! Now it went away. Thank you so much for that. There it is. This, all here is 5.0. Yeah. Not good. Wow, so real. I fucking totally trust that shit in the fucking pop-up tab. I spelled down wrong. There's 2.0, but I don't even know if that's fucking available. How old is 2.0 for Live 2D? Live 2D 2.0 release date. Release date! Give me a fucking date! Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely not using that version. There's no way it's gonna fucking work with the shit we use nowadays. There's absolutely no fucking way. Okay, it's 5.1. Live 2D 5.1. It's 2024. Let's see. Can I download this version, please? Can I download it? Okay. No, There we go. I guess let's uninstall the one we just did. I hope this won't have any consequences if I try to, Okay, well, let's hide that fucking shit real quick. Okay. Later. I personally don't like it, but I'm sure other people will.
Hi there. Since you've clicked on this video,
Oh, there was something clicking on this video. Okay, as shit. Goodbye. Let's do the older version of 5.1 because that seems to be the version that they used for this stuff. It should probably work the same, but yeah. Pressing it a bunch of times probably isn't gonna help, but I mean, let's check now. Buddy boy, this seems to be broken. Don't show again, no. Took its sweet fucking time for that one. Anyways, let's see if this... No. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Let's open up the other one. Low, don't care. Okay, everything seems to be good. Okay, it works. Now I just gotta look up how to use this. Hold on. Hmm. And I'd rather. I don't fucking know. And now I don't have a fucking account, so that's. I want to fucking have the shit, but I can't get it because it's on a form that I don't have fucking access to. I can only have it sent through invites, which is so fucking funny and awesome. It's fucking annoying the shit right now. What, do I have to join a fucking Discord server or something like that? I can't. I can't fucking do that. Bullshit. Is that a gubby? Ah, I'm gonna fucking die. I could switch to the software. I don't know what software to use though.
The term VTuber before, but what exactly is a VTuber? A VTuber is a digital puppet controlled by face and motion tracking software, allowing content creators, particularly live streamers, to act as the character in real time. They're a great alternative to face cam when streaming, whether you want to portray a different personality or represent yourself in a unique way. However, aspiring VTubers have a big problem. These digital puppets use the VTuber software, but assuming you can cobble together some digital an animation translate your movie model can pick any transparency, create an opinion, and character animation. It sets up your 2D. Any anime girl that looks like this is probably using Live2D. The software is designed to animate your 2D image in layers to create a 3D effect. You can then export your model to a face tracking program in order to animate it in real time. Live2D is a popular choice with a big community and lots of tutorials on. However, the free version is a bit limiting in terms of how high resolution and complex it is. You can still get a free trial of the full version for 42 days, but eventually it requires a paid subscription of about $16 per month. But what if you have no money? In OT2D is an open source program being developed as an alternative to Live2D. The good news is that it's free, and some people have managed to get decent from the program. Developed as
Let's see what it looks like. Similar. Do it. Do I was it free?
an alternative to Live2D. The good
What?
news is that it's free, and some people have managed to get decent results from the program. However, I can't really recommend it for beginners. I might still give it a shot after learning Live2D. Lastly, there's Adobe Character Animator,
Which is when I tried to look up, I couldn't find results for. So I guess I'm just gonna have to go with the other option. If I'm not limited, of course, that'd be nice. Let's at least try the other one. I don't know if it'll work or not, but it could. Accept the terms. I get it. Shut the fuck up. Let's just close that for now. And now I have 2 rigging programs.
some people have programmed being
I gotta go pee now. Phone. What happened? Oh. Okay. Oh, it's just a NAC screen? Okay, hold on. Sure. Can I import? Okay. I can just do whatever. I could just import the thing I had before. Photoshop. Yes, please. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this. A little bit of not beginner friendly, but it's okay. I think I can get it eventually. Let me just do this. Node. Let's see. Wait, actually, hold on. There's probably more tutorials than it was before for this, so let's look up Node. Can I export this one to this thing easily? There's no. Well, I guess that makes it a little bit more easier. I want to see what it looks like though at first. I already made my If I don't find Intro 2D what I want it to be, at least I can always switch back to Live 2D, which is a little bit more restrictive right now since it's not like a free trial or anything like that, but it's better than not having it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, works.
We're going to go ahead and open up Adobe Creator. So let me switch my software over to... Nope, that's the wrong... Where is it? There it is.
Remove that shit from the final video, you stupid bitch! Excuse me. Hey.
There we go. There I am. So I have I do highly recommend supporting the software if you are able to.
I fucking can't! God damn it, what the fuck do you think I'm trying to do? Get it, puppet. Okay, mask. What is this? Oh, zoom. Okay. Okay, it's left, like, right, hold, I can't speak.
Have that second back screen there. We'll go ahead and I'm going to import because I do my art kit, so do that later.
Jesus Christ, you didn't fucking name your layers? God damn.
For now, we are going to right-clicking on the puppet, I'm going to add. I've got a couple options here. And I don't think I could accurately explain for the mask and a composite art. For the other ones, a node will basically give you a point to rotate your images from. For example, if you have like an ear, like these ears, you can put a node here, and we can rotate the ears from that point. So I think we should go ahead and do that. So we've got a node, we'll go ahead and move it to where we want the ear to rotate to. We'll grab.
Let's just watch it. I'm trying to figure this shit out, and I don't think I can skip ahead.
This is why we name our files. Layer 6. Node 26.
Oh, that's what those were? Actually, I already have them, so that's fine. I already have them. Yeah. Just edit the point. You know what I can do? Hold on. Just open my PSD file and just edit it so that way it actually looks like on top of the next. I did it kind of bad at first. Because looking at it now, it looks kind of off when I don't have it in the center like that. So let's redo that part. There we go. Actually, I don't have to do that. I can delete. Okay, never mind. I do have to do it like that. Hold on. Edit 1 for the external purposes. Yes, just go ahead, go. Get the fuck out. Okay. Nochi creator. I'm just gonna put a Nochi session into the VTuber section because that works. Import PSD. Here's the edit. Yes. Okay. Greg's eggs. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay. Buddy. Okay, buddy. Hi, Brew Fire, y'all. Hi, person. I'm good. Here's what I've got so far. I think it looks pretty cool. Look a little bit like pixelated. I can't really fix that though. At least not if I change the file. Not unless I redo everything, which is I'm not gonna do for now.
Here somewhere. This is why you should name your files and not just here.
I already did that, so I can just kind of skip this step quite a bit. It'd be fine.
This one. No, and that one. Specifically. Yeah. No. We'll go ahead and grab all the parts that are of the head and not of the body. Put them in this mesh group.
Wish listed. Do I have to pay for this version on Steam? $22 months ago. That's not good. Yikes. Ew! I hated that.
All these layers. Stick them
In my butt.
Obviously, you could. But it is 3 in the morning for me, so I am not thinking. Not thinking.
Dumb bitch, you can't think. Fuck off!
I'll go ahead and move them like that. And I did see that I proposed a layer. And so therefore, is the layers that are the ears. So we can go ahead and move those ears.
You make the head, just put everything that's inside of here and move it here. There's this, which we don't need anymore, so we can get rid of that. Let's just save it real quick as well. Not in Adobe Photoshop, that's the wrong fucking area, clearly. Okay. I would do 3D, but my avatar in Gary's Bot and stuff like that does not have like face stuff, so I would not be able to figure that out even if I wanted to, and I'm too lazy to do that shit, so I'm just doing 2D instead, which is a little bit harder, but you know what, I like it better because it fits my art style better. Just do 0, 0, 0, starting from square one basically. Add a node. Just call this the face section, because that's basically what it is, face. Yeah. It's just a face, and it's fine. Figuring this shit out quickly again, like with ITV, but this one seems a little bit more controllable in my opinion. I think I like it a little bit better just because of how modular it is and how controllable it feels so far. Just make right. I'm so used to fucking.
We will move these to be a part of the head. Actually, we'll. So let's move the earring to there. Okay. Not in the head. We're gonna add a couple more mesh groups. We'll make this one for the eyes.
Sure. Yeah. Now let's do the session. Now we actually have something to show off with, so let's just do this. There we go. Alright, so it's not perfect, but it definitely works. Just Tracking.
We'll go ahead and move all the parts of the eyes into that mesh group. So I'll leave the eyebrows up for now. We will put the eyelid and all this stuff. Move it. The eyes. Oh, I forgot the pupils. I forgot one pupil. Go ahead and put that there. Now you can see if I click on that button. They're all in this mesh group together.
I don't know what circular dependency means, but I'm pretty sure I did it wrong. It's because I did it wrong way. Okay, so composite, I assumed what composite was. I think I'm right. That. Just, okay. Just reload the file, I guess. Make sure that it works right. Because I prefer to fucking use a free trial, but also I don't have a fucking credit card in there that to go back to just in case shit happens. So, besides, I don't have any money. So this is, yeah. I I can at least try my thing and see if that works. I accept. I'll just have that in the corner, I guess, which is luckily because I'm changing like my stream layout too as well to make it a bit more easy to work with. Hopefully. Messages were sent. I think I'll use live 2D actually. Let's see, red shaded image. The fuck? Yes, let's launch. Okay, I shut. What? I'm just gonna download a new version, which I already had. So we're just gonna do that. Yes. I fucking said yes. My arm. Do I have both versions? Wait, what? I have both versions. I didn't need to uninstall one. Okay, no. It's as easy to set up, so it's not that big of a deal. Incredible debut. I know. What? This is not the version I wanted! God. Okay, this is nice to know. Goddamn son of a bitch. Ah! Dumbass cat. Okay, hold on. Oh, yes, use microphone. There we go. Ah! What the fuck? It sounds really funny, actually. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. I don't fucking know who this is. And I didn't even do it right. Who the fuck is this? Hi, Picket Dog. Goats here. I don't know who that is. Their thing is not loading for me. Just gonna look up how to. Luckily, all I have is that, so yeah. Simple link sync. The dumb bitch. Okay. Okay. Poop my butt. Rectum. I don't know. Let's see. Might not work with this cat. See if this dumb bitch knows how to talk. Why? I hated that. I hated that model. I hated that model. Why the f... Are you gonna speak at all, you dumb fuck? Can this dumb bitch just please talk? God damn. There are settings up there, actually. I'm already using webcam for this, so I guess I'm just gonna have to use OBS's virtual camera for now. Ah. That's a lot of parameters. Hold on. Ah. Voice syncs. I don't know if this will be in here or not. I don't see it. Sure. Yeah, I don't see anything for that. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the JSON in. I forgot. Oh, I accidentally put the source file in too. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now I think I can do it. Let's. There we go. I don't think this will work quite yet. Maybe it will. How do I confirm that? Animation is fun. Stop. I actually don't know what to do. So if I don't figure out how to do this shit, might as well put. I'm not gonna let my work go to waste if this doesn't end up working and I can't figure it out because I'm done and retarded. Of course, he left because he was bored. Obviously. Next to no idea how to fix that issue. Do it again. Let's see if it'll work now. Just gonna wait for it to register. Assuming it won't work. Yep. Okay. No, fuck you. Get out my dang face. Okay. I'm gonna open PNG Studio up and see if it has any of the features that I might want from a program like this. I assume it fucking doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have any fucking features that I would like to use for a fucking thing like that. I don't know if all the time I put in the fucking model is worth it, and I'm kind of just tired now. And I'm fucking enjoying my time doing this shit. Just fucking update, Team Fortress 2! Why are you not fucking updating sometimes? God damn, it's like sometimes like this shit doesn't want to update, and I'm like, fuck off. Just fucking update. Don't even play the fucking game, because I don't fucking care for it. God damn. It would be so much fucking easier if I also had a fucking crack of fucking Live 2D. But I fucking don't. I don't know why this shit isn't working, but it's pissing me the fuck off, dude. Like, I don't understand this shit. I have so much trouble with it, and even if I wanted to get help, I fucking can't, because every fucking thing requires Discord. Every single goddamn thing. It's so fucking funny. The one fucking app I can't use is Discord. The one that everybody fucking has. But me. I can't fucking use it. Please, so I'm not living under her fucking household. God. Who the fuck is live viewers? Wow. Making my fucking eye roll right now. There's so much shit I can't fucking do because the shit is fucking behind a fucking stupid wall that I can't get around! I don't know any of those fucking people on that fucking forum. It'd be so nice if I just had it immediately, but even then, I have a fucking issue with this shit. I don't understand it! Might just leave it on the fucking back burner, because at this shit, I'm not dealing with this shit anymore. I hate it! I can probably use the fucking program I have just to make it a little bit more, like, fucking simple. Okay, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care! There's so much shit that I downloaded I don't even know if I'm gonna fucking use anymore because I'm tired of this shit. It's annoying as fuck right now. I'm not dealing with it anymore right now. So it would be nice to just have something that, you know, fucking works. have all the shit that I need. Just... Awesome. Got it somehow. Don't understand how, but okay. I'm just gonna import everything from the VTuber section over to the fucking, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to base it off one image, like before. Which hopefully shouldn't be too fucking hard. That's just a wishful thinking, though. Makes it so fucking easy. Stop fucking moving! Oh my gosh. I'm not letting my work go to waste, so I'm gonna make at least a new fucking avatar, because the other one looks like shit. This one looks so much better, like genuinely every single fucking way. But also, not default. Okay, hold on. Let me just fucking do droid cam audio, so that way it doesn't do any fucking thing else right now, because I don't need that shit right now. Okay, hold on. I was gonna go a fucking core route, but if I can't do that right now, then I guess I'll just not fucking worry about it at all. Now, eventually, maybe I'll hire a person to do it for me, but at this point, I really cannot be fucking bothered to. It's just genuinely too much work for me. this is an easier way, I guess. It's not fucking perfect, but I can't do much better. That's the wrong one. It's 9. Where'd you go? Ah. Let's see. That's not the one I'm fucking using. Where the fuck is the other one at, dude? Wait, is it? No, this is the one I'm using. Okay. Never mind. I crashed. What? How many layers are there? Okay. There are. I'm just gonna set it to like around 50. So. I can't make it transparent, so I'm probably gonna have to do that in Adobe itself, at least for now. Okay, there we go. We just control zoom. There we go. It's not perfect way of doing it, but it's better than having no reference at all. Only downside is I can't. I actually, maybe I can if I just do it like this. Okay, I can select it sometimes. It's just difficult, but it's okay. Yes, let's overwrite that for now. And this should be good so far. I wish I wasn't using PNG-tuber. I wish I was using like Live2B, but this is the only option I have right now, to be honest. Like, I don't have any other good ones. Because I've fucking failed so many times, and I feel like shit now because of this. So, I just don't want to fucking do a big new fucking one right now. There you go. Gotta rename all of these at some point, I think. If I can even do that, that'd be fun. That'd be nice. Me importing these in order at least means that I actually get to have control over what I can do. It's not gonna be fucking easy though, I can tell that for sure. God damn it. Fucking hell. I remember all this shit too, every single fucking time. know who fucking arms. And now I can see you. I just don't even know what your fucking camera is because it's not loading for me. What does that fucking say? Fan made for night. Okay. Get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit. Why would you fucking do that? Not funny, fucking annoying. It's funny a little bit, but like fucking hell. Why would fuck would you do that? Another leave. Yeah, I'm not fucking adding you back to the stage because of that shit. It's like fucking Tismo again. So much shit that I would have not done if I knew I had to do this fucking much. I'm not fucking adding you back after what fucking happened, dude, because genuinely that was so fucking loud and unfucking necessary. Plus, hope you know that I have sensitive fucking ears. So that was real awesome. I'm not adding you back. Just get rid of this fucking base. Okay, I didn't add the rest of this shit, so I'm gonna have to do it again. Fuck me. Fuck. forgot to save, so I didn't fuck mess anything up. But fuck me, I guess. And did you know I'm actually not interested in 5 minutes of whatever is? It's fun. Very fun. Just save it real quick so that I actually have something reference to do. Oops. Well, luckily I fucking saved it. God fucking damn it! Sorry, bro. Go. Go. Testing, yeah. High bounce. Okay. What? Fucking what? Well, let's see. There we go. Button. There we go. But I think it's gotta be reversed, kinda. Hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Hold on. Now let's do that for. Let's fix this ear. That's a little bit different from my actual vision, but you know what? It's fine. Nope, it's squish or all squish. That's so much fun. We just see Ah. Yes, so much fun. So much fun. Yes. Let's see. Yes. So much fucking fun. Yes. Just do like a little bit of that. That should be good. Ah. Ah. E, mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Ah. Ah. Just see. Ah. I guess that works fine. Here we go. Up. Up. Ah. Yay. Let's see. Yay. Okay, let's do 6 on that. Ah. Yes. 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 Hold on. Ah. Yes. Hold on. Yay. Beep. There's no blinking animation, at least not yet, so I'll have to draw that manually, which is something I'm not entirely looking forward to, but whatever. And it's not as smooth as my other one, but it works. We just fix this. Hold on. There we go. Do 2. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like how that looks a lot more. It looks a lot better now. Just a little bit weird. Yeah, it looks a lot better now. Okay, this is serviceable enough. I wish it was faster. X live frequency though. Doesn't really seem to be an option for the thing to have it any faster though, which kind of sucks. It's not what I would call ideal, but it works, I guess. So there's that. Sure. No, Diabito, go back to bed. Go back to bed, Diabito. That's so funny, because that's not what I'm fucking asking the drag to. The whole gang is here. Yep. Except they were fucking messaging like, I don't know, fucking hours ago. They did. It's not what I'm fucking asking it to connect to, but it's being a piece of shit for no fucking reason, so, yeah. There's that. Of course, yes, thank you so fucking much for that. So much fun. It's actually so fucking funny, dude. Yes, so much fun. Yeah, so funny. So funny. Wow. 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 So funny. Wowie. Wow. 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 Ah. 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 Okay, everything seems to be right, so this should be fine. It's not exactly what I did, but fuck it. I've tried so hard to get this shit to work, but it's just basically ended up fucking me in the ass, so yeah. Best I can do for now. Set that to there. Head is linked to the neck. Head is linked to the neck. Linked to the neck. Linked to the neck. Let me just do right. And that's gonna fuck up so much shit. Yep. Okay. Just that's what I could have done with the fucking ear. I didn't realize that until just now. Okay, now can we link it and we're good? Okay, there we go. Seems everything should be working fine. We just... Ah! 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 Ah, yes. Yeah. 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 Ah! So much fun. See if this works. I'm not entirely sure if it will. If it does, that'll be great. If it doesn't, well, that's fine. Okay, I like how this looks. This looks good. Yeah, not perfect, but it's definitely better than the original one, which I think you guys might already know what it looks like. It's a little bit low quality, but it looks good, at the very least. Here's what the first one looked like in comparison to the other one. As you can see, this one doesn't feel right, actually. There's lots of issues with it, which I'm glad I finally fixed with the newest version. And this version, while not perfect, is definitely better than the other one. I like this one a lot more than the other one, I could say that. Why, it's actually a very good model. Well, it's not even technically a model. I didn't even use Live 2D anymore because I kind of just gave up on that for now. But I decided, why not? I'm not going to let my work go to waste, so I did this one instead. This one should be an easy transfer between chroma key values and stuff. Just because, yeah, I didn't end up using Live 2D because if I did, the mouse would have been moving by now correctly. It's not. I didn't figure out how to make it work exactly right, so yeah, just does this, but hey, at least it works. That's all that counts. Costume bounce, texture filtering. Yeah, let's not have texture filtering. I kind of learns to look at the entire model. If I have it set to that, I'm gonna go to the thing. It's nearly done.
Oh, hey.
So this college professor is currently going viral for exposing his entire Ivy League class for cheating with AI. The data he collected is genuinely mind-boggling. Roberto Serrano is a professor at Brown, and he's been this incredibly difficult math econ class for the past 20 years with an average midterm score of just 70%. So imagine his shock when this year, not only did 5 times more students enroll in his class, the average midterm score was 96%. Now, for some context, there had been a shooting on Brown's campus earlier in the year, so Professor Serrano had changed the midterms format to take-home so his students wouldn't shoot. But when it came time for the final, he actually decided to change it to being back in person just a few weeks before to see what would happen, and here are the results. Not only did 30% of the class just not show up, the average score was 49%, the lowest ever. Pretty much the only students who clearly weren't cheating were this person who aced both exams, and funny enough, this person who failed both. But to punish the students, Professor Serrano ended up just making the final 80% of their total grades. And he later said, "We cannot afford to have a society where young people think cheating is okay. We cannot choose to become idiots." So this college,
my fluffy daughter has had a long and stressful week of being perfect, so we got her back in her robe and she's ready for a spa day.
Because if anyone in the world deserves one, it's definitely her. We'll start off brushing her teeth. Can we show everyone the pearly whites? Oh yeah, she's been staying calm during this part, but you never really know. Good girl. Now we can do the part she actually enjoys. Head massager. The purrs are loud. Look how relaxed she looks. We'll do a little bit of cat safety.
Look at how ugly she looks.
Pick your color.
Dumb fuck.
Oh, purple. Is it weird that I take better care of my cat than myself?
Oh my
Look at
gosh.
that. Now we gotta take off the robe, and we're gonna use the mist brush. You like it, Lay? I don't know if you can still hear the purrs, but she's having a good time. Would it be a bold claim to say I have the world's most spoiled cat? Because that's definitely...
Alright, this should be the final one for now, at
I
least.
cannot imagine how hard...
Now I gotta set it up with OBS, so let's see how that turns
On top
out.
of that, I don't know if I've ever seen her this relaxed. No, dude.
The only thing missing is the fucking thing, so maybe I'll just edit the eyes to just not have anything on them.
And she's ready for a spa day.
To not
Because if
have
anyone in
them
the world
blink.
deserves one, it's definitely her. We'll start off brushing her teeth. Can we show everyone the pearly whites? Oh yeah, she's been staying calm during this part, but she...
We'll just give him a dead eye stare, but it's better than having no other frames for that stuff.
Head massager.
Now I'm gonna show off what my OBS camera looks like so you guys can see it. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen so that way you guys can see just me what's on my screen. Or yo, VTuber. Let's not capture the cursor, actually. It still definitely tracks it, at least, so there's that. I don't have to have it perfectly in the middle. So there's the original, then here's the final product, I guess. It's a good comparison. What the fuck?
Tough game. How do you feel about it?
Steven!
See, they say hate stuff to... No, I don't fucking remember. But they hate me, and then they do shit like this. Like, come on. Never mind. Six, seven funk, nice. Forgot I was doing this. Hold on. Okay, I can just do this, select that, and then copy that over to the thing, and there we go. Oh. Alright, there we go. And now you just crop it, I guess. Because zooming in does not make it look good. Or not the hard way. Let's do 500 by 500 by 500 by 500. Way to go! 500 by 500. 200. Okay, 640 by 360. 640 by 360. Okay, not even that. Hold on. By 240, I believe. Okay, now I can just do this. 500. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now this should be working good. Stream_main. Should be cool. Looks nice. Glad I made this. Looks nice. I might upgrade it at some point, but for now it looks better than the original model, which you guys already saw what that looks like if you're not new here. 2 people are watching. And it looks nice. I like how it looks. I think it really complements my thing. Is there any way I can add like a shadow or anything like that? I'm assuming no. It's a bunch of stuff I can probably do with for the background, but I don't really know. Big poopy end. And the best part is I can even flip it too, if I'm pretty sure. Transform, flip horizontal. And it looks a little bit weird from this side, but eventually I can get used to it too. Looks a little bit awkward, but hey, it's fine. I can flip it to at least wherever I want to, so there's that positive. I'll probably mess around with it more as I go on, but for now, I guess this is my stream. Your name stream underscore. And it looks a little bit low quality sometimes, but I mean, this is the best I'm gonna get for now. Don't know why I named it stream underscore background, but I'm just gonna make a special thing just for this stuff. And I'm just gonna edit my banner that I made for my channel to not have the character in it. So that way it looks cool. Stream background. Just get rid of this. Yeah, just delete that shit up actually. There we go. Never mind, don't remove that straight up. Okay, there we go. Perfect, actually. I know you guys probably... Yeah, you guys can't see. Here is what I'm doing. I forgot to mention this. I was doing this. I was editing this so I could actually have it as a background. It won't move. Most likely not, at least. Not that I foresee. But it'll be there. There we go. Yeah, comparing it against the crispy avatar is actually clear as day, but it's fine. Yeah, because even if I do have the texture filtering on, it looks a little bit strange because I know there's lines and stuff too, which I can't actually fix. So, yeah. Make a version of this that's just for scrolling, so I actually move some of the aspects that don't work as well. Just hide this. Just do one that's like, yeah. Turn this on for a little bit, so I actually have control over where I'm drawing. Okay, I'm yay. Finally at the point where we have an actual good looking background, and then here's the main background, yay! Whoa! Looks a little bit jank, but it's fine. If I had image filtering, it would look worse. I can probably clean this up a little bit. Okay, there we go. I don't know. Yeah, 50 sounds good. Let's do... Yeah. There we go. Okay. I think that's a good amount because there's like basically no more color spilling and whatever. Center. Yeah, I like it like this a little bit lower because it looks right. Yeah. Woo!
Steven! To my toes. Steve!
Dude, I don't give a fuck about the stupid fucking sports. Why am I getting... Oh wait, oh, because it's all FIFA World Cup. What? How did I... Oh, because I... I was like, huh, 2 sports shorts in a row. That's a weird coincidence. And then... realize I'm in the FIFA World Cup section, which I don't even give a shit about. So...
Head massager.
Up.
The purrs are loud. Look how relaxed she looks. We'll do a little bit of cat-safe nail polish. Layla, pick your color. Oh, we're going purple. Is it weird that I take better care of my cat than I do myself? Dang, look at that. Now we gotta take off the rope, and we're gonna use the mist brush. You like it, Lay? I don't know if you can still hear the purrs, but she's having a good time. Would it be a bold claim to say I have the world's most spoiled cat? Because that's definitely a happy cat.
Yeah, mist brush, yeah. The mist brush probably only works for fucking pets, not fucking actual human hair, like that one ad, or other ads I see.
This was definitely needed.
Wow, these are stale. Did you forget to close the bag again? No.
3, 2, 1, go!
And speaking of AI ads, wow, right on the money. You guys want to see it?
Public service announcement. 3, 2, 1, go!
The fuck is this? Here it is.
Look at this. Seriously, look. If this came
No, fuck yourself. Go to hell and die. That's what I think of that. Look at this, seriously. No, fuck off. Let me look the video again, the first part.
Look at this. Seriously, look. If this came out a few years earlier, plumbers would be out of business.
If this came out a few years earlier, you would shut the fuck up. And you wouldn't be using AI to fucking use it. Like, fucking hell. All these fucking footage shit is AI. What the fuck? Why are you showing me that in the toilet? Ew! I gotta show this. This is insane. I'm just trying to. If YouTube doesn't say, ooh, then this is allowed. This is allowed on the ads apparently. Somehow. Here it is.
Look at this. Seriously. Look, if this came out a few years earlier, plumbers would be out of business. I'm gonna say this one last time.
I'm gonna say this one last time. Go fuck yourself. I don't care. And eel, why are you showing that in a fucking toilet? First of all, why? What even is that? Kills bugs. When or where? There's a magic one fucking thing solution. Kill bugs. Actually, yes, worries about corrosion. Because your project is gonna corrode our pipes to the point where they're not even usable anymore. Get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit, please. Yes, this is normal for me. I get no mad about these ads like this all the fucking time. It's basically how I cope sometimes, I guess. Just do that, remove that. Hold on, actually I have another image I could probably use for this, because it actually was a reference for this thing. There we go. And now it's on the right side. Very, very cool. Just do it as, rename it as to watermark. Watermark.
just wanted to let you know about public service announcement. If you're sending a Google Doc to multiple people, before you copy the link, click here and select anyone with link. Please, because when I'm done procrastinating and open the doc at the last minute and get hit with this, it makes me irrationally upset. Can I please have access to the doc? Can I please get the slideshow? No, dude, no! Public service announcement. Hey, just wanted to let you know about our new ad tier. What are those? Nothing. Nothing. Hey.
Hey, just wanted to let you know about a new butthole. Big ol' butthole. Butthole. In the butt. Ah. 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 Ah.
I just wanted to let you know about our new ad tier. What are those? Nothing. Nothing. DVDs?
DVDs.
That's why you're not subscribed to our streaming service? Hey, no, it's not that. You know, for $20.99 a month, you can stream all of these movies with that. Okay, fine. I'll subscribe. But can you promise
Bro, the
me that
PNG. I know. That happens all the time. With every single fucking thing. I know about it happening. You don't need to say it.
movies will stay on your service forever? No, but we'll consider it if you burn all your DVDs. I'm not doing that. Burn it. I'm not gonna burn. Whoa. Why can't you just be happy owning nothing? No. Hey, just wanna.
I hate to say it, but this guy might be a genius. So, but
I genuinely like physical media for the win. Like, because like people are, companies like this are just taking advantage, I guess, of people who want to actually own stuff, which kind of sucks sometimes. Because I'm actually on the side of physical. I like physical stuff. I know it can degrade, but at the same time, archival purposes too. Like, the archival is important, very important. Yeah. What? I even have some physical media of my own, which are DVDs that I made.
now you've probably heard about how Taylor Swift recently married Travis Kelce. They did it at Madison Square Garden in New York City. It was this whole thing. It was extremely exclusive. The security was crazy, but one man decided to figure out a way he could benefit from their wedding. He picked up as much trash as he could find outside the stadium during and after the wedding and sold it online, and it sold out after 24 hours. He described this trash as collected from the edge of a love story outside Madison Square Garden. Each little cube with the trash in it was $25 each, and the Taylor Swift fans bought it. Now, I do have to clarify, this guy is actually well known for collecting and selling trash. He's been doing it for a while. It's kind of like a form of art. And for him, it works. So, you know what? Good for him. And honestly, the Taylor Swift wedding trash move was genius. So shout out to this guy. You can't even hate on him. It might just be the people buying it. I hate to say it, but this guy might be a genius. So by now you've probably heard about how Taylor Swift recently married Travis Kelce. They did it at Madison Square Garden in New York City. It was this whole big thing. It was extremely exclusive. The security was crazy, but one man decided to figure out a way he could benefit from their wedding. He picked up as much trash as he could find outside the stadium during...
I forgot to show this off at some point. It's awesome, right? Right, it's awesome. Oh, I gotta add the thing again for the chat. Which, you know what? Maybe I'll redo the font I have today as well. That can be saved for another time as well, I think. Be fine. There we go. Fixed. Okay. I think I'm gonna end the stream for now. I think it's been long enough. I think it's time to end it. Not everything is ready, but well, I can do it next stream. Goodbye for now. Bye.